everybody, and welcome to our day of the Gauteng Dressage Championships. This is our championship day, very chilly day to start, I must say. First rider up that we have on our screen is Andrea Harrison, riding an Anoltes Legacy Lap of Luxury. We just shout out a huge thank you to Western Shop, Stride Equine Research for their incredibly generous sponsorship. Events of this caliber are certainly not possible without the backing of dedication of the people like this in our sport. So, whether you are competing, supporting from the sidelines, at home or here with hopefully a hot drink, or keeping everything running behind the scenes, stay warm. And good luck to all our riders competing. Just seen Andrea finish her extended trot across the diagonal into her halt, and then she'll go back into her rein backs 4 steps and proceed in collected trot. Unfortunately, a little blip there, but corrected. And then we're looking at our FB shoulder in. The judges will be looking for angle, bend, balance, engagement, and collection. And then she will go into her half pass to the left, where again we're looking at angle, bend, balance, engagement, and collection, as well as crossing of the legs. Straight into her collected walk. Remember, we're looking for irregularity, suppleness of the back, activity, collection, and self-carriage. Into her SR half circle 20 meters extended walk. Then into her collected walk, and then we have a canter at C. So that is right in front of the judges, and always one that you want to make sure that you get correct. Then HK into her medium canter. So we'll see the canter moving a little bit forward. Good strike off, and then straight away forward into her medium canter. Coming back to her collected canter at F. And then a little half 10-meter circle. And she'll go into her FX half pass. Pretty steep angle that you start to see. And then into the 10-meter circle to the left. And then SP changing rein. And then a working pirouette with approximately 3 meters in diameter. So working pirouette obviously a lot larger than what we would be seeing in the more advanced classes. So the judges are really looking at collection, the way the horse is sitting on the hind leg, the balance, the horse is able to balance uphill. And then that flying change before V. Then we've got her extended canter across the diagonal with a collected canter at H and a flying change of lead. So not easy. You've got to really move the horse forward. Now start to bring it back. Wait, 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 and change. Okay, now we see probably the biggest test of this, the most difficult movement of this test, which was the 3 flying changes of lead every 3rd stride. Yeah, a few little mistakes there, but as we said, the horse is new to the level. Couldn't have more of a professional rider on board. And then A down center line, X hold salute. Nicely done. Andy will be pleased with that. She's going to be busy today. She's got another ride later on in the day. and she'll have multiple pupils riding as well, and I've seen her very busy over the last few days doing her thing of riding and coaching. I see Andy just coming round the corner there with her Protea colours on her jacket. Andy was awarded Protea colours last year in October. She had them previously, but she was awarded them last year in October when we had our international against Japan, where she rode beautifully. And he's also been made chef to keep for the junior teams, our junior dressage teams, who are heading down to Shongweni at the end of June to compete in South African Youth Championships. So again, I don't think those kids and young riders could have a better mentor to look up to than Andy. Okay, next we are looking for number 2. Time in is 9:08 with Conversano Theodorou with Cecilia Otto and owned by Rose Michelatis. So I think she'll probably be putting her finishing touches onto her warm-up, and we will see her in shortly. So although we're only concentrating on the Peter Mini Arena today, there are championship tests being ridden in all the other arenas. The show started on Thursday. So the horses we're seeing today will have actually not competed yesterday. They would have all competed and qualified as they've needed to for today. Whereas the novice horses, elementary horses, will have competed yesterday and will be coming back today. And then of course tomorrow we will be going into our freestyles, which is always the highlight of any of our big dressage championships. I see Cecilia just coming into view now. Obviously, Mrs. Felicity Bird, our FEI steward, will be standing at the exit of the arena and also keeping an eye on everything that's going on in the warm-up. We have welfare officers as well, just checking that all the horses and riders are happy and in tip-top condition to be able to compete. So Felicity, what she will be doing is checking the bits, that they are legal, and just checking the horses' sides, obviously that there are no marks on the horses' sides. I always find this a difficult time of the year, obviously, because you've just clipped your horse and the horse's coats can be very thin, and even your leg moving a little bit can cause a little bit of a rub. So it's just for Felicity to make sure that there is absolutely none of that happening. Paramount of the horse, safety of the horse coming first in our sport. Okay, while we've got a little bit of time, let me just take you through this advanced test. So what we see being introduced are the tempi changes every 3 strides, as well as the working canter pirouettes. So as I mentioned earlier, the canter pirouettes will be a little larger, a little bit more open than the pirouettes that we see later on in our Prix St. George, Inter, and our Grand Prix. So this is just sort of their introduction to doing it in the ring. And also we start to see our sequence changes, and here we have it across the long diagonal, and it's every 3 strides. So even though the flying changes will have introduced in medium, which is the level below this, we see it now sort of being put together, so to speak, in sequence. So we've got, as I say, 3 across the diagonal, and not always easy, especially with the horses that have just moved up to the new level, or for riders that have also just moved up to the level. It's just sort of that little step up. It's maybe, if I put it in show jumping terms, we will be looking at maybe a moving up from a 110 to a 120. So obviously there is always quite a big gap in that. And then later today, this class should be finishing at around 9:57. Then we have a little break and we go into our Pre-St. George Championship, which will start at 10:15. Then we're going to have a break at about 12 o'clock until 12:20 when our Intermediate 1 Championship starts. We've got 8 competitors in that class. Then we will be moving on to our Intermediate B Championship, which is starting at 13:50. Hopefully we're running on time. We should do. Us dressage riders do run on time. Then we go into our big, of course, highlight of the day, our FEI Grand Prix Championship. And then into our Junior Advanced Championship, where we have 2 riders battling it out in our Junior Advanced FEI Advanced Test. So again, let me just take this opportunity to thank our sponsors so much for everything. Of course, Western Shop, always on board, always willing to lend a hand, as well as Manor Dior, which is the most beautiful equestrian facility based up in Sun Valley, owned by Ronelle Gilbert. Ronelle puts a massive amount back into the sport. Her yard is absolutely 5-star, beautiful indoor arena, absolutely 5-star service, and Ronelle herself, quite the dressage rider, has a beautiful string of horses, and hopefully we get a chance to chat to her a little bit later today. And then of course to Stride Equine Research, who have put together the most fantastic goodie bags, rider bags for our prize winners. I had a quick look in them earlier, full of prizes, wouldn't mind one myself. Lovely to have Stride on board. So thank you everybody, thank you to our sponsors for making all of this possible. Okay, we are back. Sorry, guys, there was a scratching there that we were not aware of. I've got some scores for you. Our judges judge at C, Mrs. Claire Nadine, has Andrea on 63.889, and our judge at B, Wendy Muller, has got her on 62.361, giving us a total of 63.125. Okay, next in we are looking at Adelprach Oscar, owned and ridden by Kyla Picken. Obviously this beautiful Friesian being bred at the Adelprach stud. So her bell has sounded and we will just be waiting for her to start going in. Just taking him back past the judges again, just to make sure that he's happy. This can be quite an intimidating arena for some horses that are new to the level. Beautiful start to the test.
So they skipped the second one, is that right? Okay, I'll carry on from there. Otherwise as well, that's wonderful, thank you.
Kyla having two horses competing at this show. She is a dressage rider as well as a show jumper, so also very busy. Super out of that rein back into her trot. Lovely angle there in the shoulder in. And into her half pass left with a C-track left. H into her collected walk. Viewers at home, you might notice that this horse's tongue is out a little bit through most of his work. It's obviously up to the judge's discretion of how they're going to judge that, but it will be interesting to see. big smile on her face as she comes out of her half pass. Obviously very pleased with that. And into that working pirouette that we were talking about earlier. I'm getting a little bit keen and adding in 2 changes, but it's all good. Into her half pass right. And into the circle. So obviously with this half pass, not an easy movement, because you've got to ride exactly onto your center line and start your circle on your center line. Again, the working pirouette and out. Yeah, he's very pleased with himself with that. Super. Okay, now we're looking at probably as a highlight for this horse, which is the extended canter across the diagonal. Lovely. Big open canter, which is so nice to see. And then the change. Coming slightly disunited there. Maybe a little lack of communication. But corrected. But unfortunately that will bring the marks down a little bit. And then just a little blip again with those those 3 flying changes every 3 strides. Remember, guys, a lot of these horses are new to this level. Riders would have chosen to bring them up this level to this level for the show, and yeah, I think if we're going to see mistakes today, it's going to be in our working pirouettes and in those changes across the diagonal. Not easy at all. But she looks delighted. So nice to see the horse leaving the arena happy, confident, ears forward. Her support crew look delighted. I can see them at the end of the arena. Big pats as she leaves the arena, and you'll see Felicity Bird waiting there just to check that everything is A-OK. Next rider in will be number 29, Red Tev DB, owned and ridden by Carly Roo. bell has sounded for Carly. And red Tev DB. Obviously the DB standing for De Bruin Equine. A stud that Carl De Bruin runs very successfully. We are seeing most wonderful horses coming out of his breeding program. Lovely straight entrance. Yeah, very good steps across the diagonal. Remember, that is a medium trot, not an extended trot. So the difference would be a moderate lengthening of frame and stride with engagement, elasticity, suspension, straightness, uphill balance, consistent tempo, and well-defined transitions. So well-defined transitions will mean the horse moving into the medium trot from the collected trot and then back into the collected trot. So remember that comes into all the marks. Now we see the difference with the extended trot. Horse losing a little bit of balance there. So they're looking for utmost ground cover, and you could just see a slight loss of rhythm there. Sometimes if you push a little bit hard, the younger horses can just feel a little unbalanced and a little hurried, rather than sitting down, engaging their hocks and moving. But again, at this level, it is normal to be seeing what we're seeing. The horses have got to get stronger. They will get stronger as they move up the levels, and all these sort of advanced movements become easier for them as they become stronger. You'll notice today that callers are not allowed, so championship tests, no callers allowed, but whips are being allowed today. That looks like a super walk, showing relaxation. So the judges are really looking for a stretch, and again, well-defined transitions. Yeah, that transition started well, and then he just went slightly hollow. A lot of them know the test. Well, many know the test, so they will be doing that transition at sea and getting quite fiery and excited that they've got to move forward down the long side from H with that medium canter. And then KF the collected canter, and then starting at the half pass left. Into that working pirouette. Good, and out of it again. So important for when you're riding out of that working canter that you ride straight out of it. You don't let the horse lean onto either leg. So the judges will be looking for straightness coming out of that working pirouette. Just a test that you have control over the horse's outside shoulder and hindquarters. Good, into the half pass. And into the 10-meter circle. Back into the working pirouette. Let's see how straight she is. Yeah, much straighter coming out of that one. Often horses have one side a little stronger than the other, as do riders. So there we see the extended canter with the flying change. Beautifully done. well executed at the marker. Judges will be looking for the rider's body to be at the marker while they do the flying change. Oh, Chep just missed that last change. So she got the 3 changes in, but it wasn't every 3 strides. And then nice and straight for her center line. Slightly above the bit going into that hold, but I'm sure she'll be delighted with that test. I'll be updating you with marks, points as soon as they come in. Okay, I've got a mark for you for Adelproch Oscar with Kyla Picken, our judge at C, a 59.861, our judge at B, a 58.333, giving her a total of 59.097. So that keeps Andrea Harrison out in front. Remember, the judges are seeing different things from the different angles that they're sitting at. So even though they're judging the same thing, the angle of it that they're sitting at is slightly different. On our camera now we have Lily Brits riding Dolore, who is owned by Helita Burmeister. Just notice that quite a few of the riders will just be taking a little bit of time to familiarize the horses with the judges' boxes and all the things that are going on around the arena. Okay, he seems to have decided that it's quite safe. He gets a pat from his rider. Definitely on his toes this morning. I think maybe feeling a bit of this chilly wind that we're all feeling here. So she's just taking a little extra time again just to go back and make sure that he's okay. This horse is not new to the arena. I've watched this horse come up from the very beginning, from novice. But always on a championship day, there's just that little bit of extra pressure on. Her bell has sounded, so she will now need to get into the arena. So into her canter. Into the halt. Shame, slightly stepping sideways to the right. That will be bringing marks down, unfortunately. Especially from our judge at E, who has her eyes right on what is happening at X. There is our medium trot. So again, judges looking for a moderate lengthening of frame and stride with engagement elasticity and suspension, as well as the straightness. Very good into that half pass, showing good angle. Into that shoulder in. So the judges will be looking for angle, bend, balance, and engagement. So engagement of the hind quarter, meaning they're wanting the hind quarter to step under a little bit more, under the body a little bit more. There goes the difference into extended trot. So utmost ground cover with lengthening of frame. So we don't want the horse to become tight in its neck, tight in its frame. In order to have utmost ground cover, the horse has got to be open, loose and soft. And that is coming more and more into the judging. And then a horse that is very tight in the frame, maybe a little bit overbent, meaning a little bit too round, which we are trying to, it's trying to be ironed out of dressage. Remember, we always want the horse's nose in front of the vertical, slightly in front of the vertical, a little bit out. The horse is loose and soft. So we're seeing a lot more horses ridden in snaffles these days in these higher levels, even though double bridles are optional. A double bridle meaning 2 bits. Very good. Very good walk there. Not easy on a horse that is quite fiery. And into that collected canter. Beautifully done. Straight into her big canter, medium. And then you don't have much time. At K, you've got to get them back sitting on the hind quarter, because what the judges will be looking for will be the collected canter. Into the half pass to X. Could be showing slightly more angle in that. But good into the 10-meter circle. Change not being completely through at X. Lali just bringing him back. Taking a little bit of time to settle him. Sure, well done. Finishing off her test nicely. Obviously a few little green blips going on in there, but nothing alarming. And what was so nice to see, and this is why Lali is, she's a very experienced rider, as is her mother. and her daughter coming up as well through the grades. We're seeing her doing extremely well, and she just took the time there with H, with that flying change not being totally correct. She took the time to bring him back, settle him, and then give it a go across the diagonal for her 3 changes. So that takes thinking. A rider that's not panicking in the test. You want to give the horse the best experience ever. She will lose marks, obviously, on what she did there, but it's all about the horse having a happy time in the arena and coming back the next day confident, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, kudos to her for taking the time and doing that. Extremely well done. Claudia Heidenreich coming up to present herself to the judges on her fabulous Calaholodonus. Claudia has had owned him for a while now. He was previously beautifully ridden by Robin Andrews, and has been bought. Claudia has bought him for herself as a real schoolmaster, which he is. But so lovely to see an older horse looking so happy and still excited about his job. Lovely, big, expressive horse, bred by the Calaho stud. I know she thinks so much of this horse. And of course, always beautifully turned out. Horse and rider. Beautiful boots matching the jacket, matching the hat. Good canter entrance. Remember, you've got a judge sitting at C, looking at the straightness, looking at a straight square halt. Into the tracking left. And then a highlight for this horse will be the medium trot. Always been very good at this. Look how well she's sitting. Getting the horse back collected and going into her shoulder in right. Again, the judges will be looking at the angle of the shoulder in, bend and balance and engagement of the hindquarters. So they want to see that the hind leg is stepping underneath. Into her half pass. And again, C being so important in your test because your judges are sitting there right there. And then into the extended. Unfortunately, that halt not being square, so you really do want a square halt there to bring your marks up. But good rein back steps. Back into her shoulder in. And into her half pass. Keeping her eye on C so that she is straight. This is always such a lovely pair to watch. I really always enjoy watching them. Very fluid, a true partnership that I know a lot of time and energy goes into. And then again, coming back to C for that collected canter and straight into the medium canter. Into her left half pass, showing very good angle. And down into that working pirouette. Yeah, not too bad. Definitely a lot of work that has gone in there. Well done. And into the change. Into her second half pass. Half 10-meter circle. And then collecting for her working pirouette. Yeah, super. Definitely on the right track. Well done. And a flying change. Bringing him back for the change at H. Maybe slightly early, but we'll see what the judges have to say about that. And now our big test of the changes across the diagonal. 1, 2, 3. Not too bad at all. Slightly high behind, but definitely the best we've seen today so far. Delighted as she rides down the centre line. Big smile on her face. I'm sure she's breathing a sigh of relief. These tests are not easy at all. Even more difficult when you're riding them from memory. So we have a score for you for Carly Roo. Our judge at C, 63.611. Our judge at E has her on a 64.722, giving her a total of 64.167. So that will put her into the lead, with Andrew Harrison behind her on a 63.125. So she goes into the lead. So as soon as we've got a mark for Claudia, we will be updating you. And that is the bell sounding for Plato, written by Chiara McCulloch and owned by Lorna McCulloch. From where I'm sitting, that looked like a very good hold. So we'll see. You see, Chiara has elected to ride in a double bridle. Remember, in this test, it is optional whether you ride in a snaffle bridle or in a double bridle. But I think she's the first that we've seen today in a double. So the shoulder in. And leaving the wall in her half pass. And then the extended trot. And then just collecting before that A and the halt. Square halt. It'll bring her marks up. Then straight back into collected trot. Good angle in the shoulder in. And into that half pass. Lovely walk steps, really covering ground, showing relaxation. Nice relaxed canter transition. Then the big canter from H. Into the working pirouette. Good. And you'll be wanting to place that flying change probably about 3 or 4 steps after you have come out of your working pirouette. To the half pass right. And then the straighten, then the half circle. And then across the short diagonal again. And into the working pirouette. So you really want to be collecting, asking the horse to sit back on its hind end. And then back out. And then placing that flying change in the correct place, which is exactly what she did. Extended canter across the diagonal line, FXH, with that change at H, well executed. And then as the big test of the of the test will be the changes. 3 flying changes of lead every third stride. As she comes to her final center line. Horse stepping slightly wide behind in the halt from where I'm sitting, but I'm sure she'll be delighted with that. Easy, it looked easy, it looked harmonious. There was no big explosions or big mistakes or anything like that. So just a nice, well presented, well thought out planned test. So congratulations, that was great. I'll keep you updated with the scores as soon as they come in. We are having a slight break now before we go into with at 9:12 with Rivendell Fleetwood Mac.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
Okay, onto our screens we have got Rivendell Fleetwood Mac, owned and ridden by Monica Nagley. She hails all the way from Pretoria, which I doubt is as cold as Kyalami this morning. We are literally sitting here with blankets and heaters and everything that we could possibly find on. Of course, this horse being bred by Karen Koop down in the Cape at the most beautiful Rivendell stud. There are some amazing horses coming out of that stud. Very good across the diagonal. When we talk about suspension of the steps, we're starting to see it here. I'll be interested to see what that extended trot looks like. Beautiful fluent half pass. Lovely, 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 lovely. You can really see a difference with this horse between its medium trot and its extended trot. Extended, really a lot more reach, a lot more sitting. And a square halt. Yay! Back into the collected trot. Into her shoulder in. This horse is incredibly light on its feet. It's a pleasure to watch. Like a real picture of a modern dressage horse compared to what we were looking at maybe 20 years ago, where we were tending to all ride these very heavy horses. And we've got that canter transition at C, right in front of the judges. There we go. Good. And down into our canter. So again, what starts to come in at this level is straightness in the canter. Often in the smaller grades, the lower grades, we see horses crabbing slightly, so they might be throwing their quarters a little bit to the inside. And just through years of training, having brought horses up to this level, you would be working on the straightness. Judges will be looking at that straightness. Slight toss of impulsion into that half turn. Let's see how she manages with her working pirouette. And a beautifully placed flying change. I don't think there is time in this test to actually relax and smile, because you've got your very biggest test. Well, obviously depending on the horse, but for most of the horses, the biggest test will be towards the end of the test, where you've got the three changes. Horses staying in a beautiful uphill frame. Into that working pirouette. So again, as the horses go up the level and the training increases, you will be seeing the pirouette turning from sort of a working pirouette into a full pirouette, a full 360 degree pirouette. A lot more carrying onto the hind leg. And then well ridden across the diagonal. And the change. Little slight of miscommunication there as the horse went into the trot. Maybe a little bit too much collection from Mum in the corner. But then back into the canter and the changes. Unfortunately, that's an expensive mistake from what up to now has been a very, very good taste. And into the halt. Horse was so good there. Halted slightly wide behind and corrected himself. Very, very nice. Nicely ridden. I definitely want to keep an eye on for the future, as are most of our Rivendell horses that we're seeing coming up. I will be updating you with some scores. I have just got some new ones in. So for Lally Brits, we are sitting on a 59.514. Then our next rider after that, Claudia Heidenrich, with a 63.542. And then Plato with Kiara McCulloch, sitting on a 62.153. So still out in front on her 64 is Carly Roo with Red Tev DB. Another rider that is always so beautifully turned out. Andrea Hotong, riding her own Dane Stud Fine Art. I think it's a very appropriate name for this horse. Horse is working in a lovely relaxed open frame. Very good angle and regularity in that shoulder in. Into her half pass. Now we're going to see the extended trot. Looking at ground cover. Back into her shoulder in. Into that left half pass. Good walk steps. That'll be bringing her marks up. Beautiful, beautiful uphill canter transition. And the horse at this level really showing an ability to sit behind in his canter. Into that working pirouette. And into his change. Big smile on the rider's face. So lovely to see a partnership like that clearly enjoying themselves in the test. Not just hanging on and praying that it's over as quickly as possible. What a picture. Sure, I'm sure she's breathing a sigh of relief that she's got through both of those movements. Back and then the flying change. And now the big test. And again, slightly underriding through that corner. You want to, it's difficult because you want to come around that corner saying to them, collect, collect, collect. But some of them, is, they're so well trained and so well schooled that they feel you're saying collect and say, Mum, do you want trot? So you've got to ride that carefully. This is the second mistake we've seen being ridden in that corner, is that the riders just collect a little bit too much and then they lose the canter. But on the whole, a beautiful, beautiful test. I can see her coach, Vay Snyman, in the background, looking very happy. He will have put a lot of work into this combination. And, just beautiful to watch. If there is a turnout award, I think it should be going to this. Just saying. Okay, we've got a mark for you for Monica Nagley that rode earlier on her Rivendell Fleetwood Mac. Our judge at C, 63.9194. Judge at E, a 62.083, leaving her on a 62.639. So that is still, we've still got our rider out in front with her 64.167. Which is Carly Roo. Felicity just doing her thing at the end of the arena, checking bits, checking the size of the horse, making sure that the horse is absolutely 100%. A lot of these horses will be coming back tomorrow to do their freestyles. So it's very important that the horses are fit and in the best possible condition. Okay, into our screens now. We have got Rivervale Grand Slam, owned by Cameron Goch and ridden by his wife Nikita Goch. Fairly square hold. Now collecting for that short side, making sure the horse stays uphill and not too tight in the neck. Into the shoulder in. And leading into the half pass. Slight miscommunication as she goes into her extended. Maybe just a little bit too much leg. Horse thinking he needed to canter instead of extend the trot. Unfortunately, I think she's left out her A hold, but she is carrying on. Okay, you can see the judges have now noticed it and have rung the bell. So they'll just be telling her where she went wrong. So she is most likely going to have to go back to A and ride that movement again. So she'll be making her way back to A for the halt and the rein back. There you go. And then straight into the trot. Into that left half pass. Into the walk transition. So again, for this walk, we're looking for regularity, suppleness of the back. That's important. Activity, over track, freedom of shoulder, stretching to the bit, and a well-defined transition. So if I was judging, I would like to see the horse stepping underneath itself a little bit more when we talk about over track. Then we've got the C collected canter left, straight in front of the judges. And then HK medium, that was a super uphill transition. Then the collected on the short side. Half pass to the left. Straight first. Into the half 10-meter circle. So you'll notice the horse is becoming a little too round in my opinion. Becoming a little tight in his neck as the test goes on. Just a little loss of impulsion there in the half pirouette, but then a good change. Just a little bit of slight loss of rhythm again in that half pass. And again becoming a little bit too round, too deep in the canter work. And the flying change. Grand Slam finishing his test, looking nice and relaxed. I have got a score for you for Andrea and the beautiful Dane Stud Fine Art. Our judge at C, 65,833. Judge at E, a 65. So that is putting her on a 65.417. So she goes straight into the lead. First 65 that we've had this morning. So that is just absolutely stunning. I'm just wondering if she hadn't had that little blip in the corner going into her changes, what her mark actually would have been. But yeah, this is a super test, super mark. She'll be very happy with that. So then we still got our rider who was on her 64.167, who is Carly Rue. She now moves down into second place. And then in third place, we have Claudia Heidenreich on her 63.542. But it is not over. We have still got some very strong combinations coming up.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
Okay, into our vision, onto our cameras. We have got an exciting combination here of Renee Erasmus riding Janine Turner's Idun. This is a horse that was previously produced by Tammy Withers up to this level. He was then sold as a vaulting horse. He was decided he was going to go and do vaulting. That's when Renee met him. And I see he's back doing dressage. And isn't it lovely to see Renee out competing again? One of our busy work riders, instructors, yard managers. She runs a highly successful yard in Sun Valley. And super to see her riding up at this level. Renee's a multi-versatile person. She does a bit of eventing, a bit of show jumping, a little bit of dressage, if you could call riding at such a high level a little bit. She's also one of the top vaulting coaches in the country, so there's not much she can't do. You'll also see that she runs grooms courses for the South African Equestrian Federation. Very involved in that. So yes, completely multi-talented person, and somebody that we're extremely fortunate to have in Gauteng. Super square halt. I think this horse has even done a bit of event. I actually think this horse has even done a bit of eventing. I seem to remember Tammy Withers taking him around a few eventing shows. So also multi-talented horse. Talented horse, talented rider. Super canter. I think it was on this canter that they decided to try him as a vaulting horse, with it being him being so comfortable and also having such a good temperament. Lovely sitting there in the corner and into the half pass. Good size circle, or half circle, sorry. And then we'll be seeing the working pirouette. Yeah, well tried. And then the flying change. Oh, a little bit high, but that is one of his party tricks. Ren having a little laugh there. Just a slight miscommunication there of a little change before the working pirouette, and a flying change there. Not as exuberant as this previous one, but I do know with this horse they can tend to get higher and higher, which makes quite a challenge to ride. Cross the diagonal. Bringing him back for the change. And now the test of the 3 changes across the diagonal. Ah, nicely ridden. Very, very nicely ridden. I could be corrected, and I am a little biased with this combination, but that does look like it's the best that we've seen so far today. Up the centre line. I'm sure Ren's got a big smile on her face. And into the halt. Super halt. Good. Good, good, good. Big pat. Well done, boy. Thumbs up to me from her. She made it. Deep breath. She can go and relax now. Although she's probably got 10 horses waiting for her at home. Well done. I'll just have to advise her that she needs a hairnet next time, looking a little scruffy there. But I think I'm allowed to. But super. Horse and rider leaving the arena. who knows what they've got planned for this afternoon? Maybe a bit of vaulting, maybe a bit of cross country. But yeah, certainly these two keep life fun. Okay, next up we are looking for a Karen Bermans on her Veldstar Fulminant. Her riding time is 9:48. I just want to check if I've got scores for you to update you guys. Yes, I do. I have got a mark for you for Nikita. Our judge at C, a 60.556, and judge at E, a 62. That's putting her in a 61.528. So we will be waiting with bated breath for Ren's mark. And then we've still got two other horses in this before the class is over. Okay, into our camera comes Karen Behrens riding her own Volstar Fulminant. Sorry, I seem to be mistaken. We have got Sophie Baker and Indiana Breeze. So this will be the last rider in the class. This horse previously written and produced by the late great Patrick Brown, who we all miss so much. Hold slightly wide behind. And as I say, when you have got judges at E or at B, they are the ones that notice this sort of thing. Sometimes difficult to see when you've got a judge at C. Into her right half pass, turning right. Straight back into her trot. And then into her shoulder in. Slight wavering of position. Into the half pass. Super walk. So again, just waiting for that horse, waiting to collect the walk, making sure he's with you, because you have got that canter transition straight in front of the judges, and then you're going to go into your big canter. Well ridden, obedient, good straight transition. Into that left half pass. slight miscommunication coming out of that working pirouette. But again, this is quite a test for these horses. This, it gets harder and harder, and they've really got to be with you 100% and concentrating. There are many moving parts in the test that one needs to put together. Sometimes we get it right, and sometimes we don't. Yeah, and better from there. So that will pick her mark back up. Across the diagonal. And then really got to bring them back for the change, which she's done nicely. And then ride this collected canter through the short side. Keep the collected canter through the corner, but starting to set them up for the changes. Also well done. Very, very well done. I think this is where you start to breathe a sigh of relief as you get to your final centre line. As I said, I don't think there's much in this test. Not much time to relax in this test. Jam just slightly trotted and came a little bit above the bit and hollow into that halt. But otherwise good. Halt looked fairly square from where I'm sitting. I'm not exactly sitting at C, so it's quite difficult to see from the sides. I have got some updated marks for you. Renee Erasmus with a 69.861. So that'll be putting her way out in front. Just want to clarify that mark. I will get back to you. So that brings us to the end of our Advanced 3 Championship. These horses can all go home now. Keep warm. Get ready for tomorrow's freestyles, the ones that are doing it, but I'm sure that they are. Yeah, high standard that we've seen already start this morning. But looking forward to seeing the more complicated tests coming a little bit later on today. As I say, I will be giving you final marks as soon as I have them. Don't go away. We have got a slight break now. And then we'll be starting off at 10:24 with Rosalie and Janina Rexrod. Unfortunately, our first horse in, which was going to be Rebecca Tate de Silva on her own Berghoff Fahrenheit, has scratched. So we will be coming in with our second horse on at 10:24. But I will be updating you with scores for this last test as soon as they're done.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission. Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
interview, we have the beautiful Rosalie, owned and ridden by Janina Rexrod. It's always a fabulous combination to watch. Janina being one of our really top junior, well, not junior, sorry Janina, young riders. Rides beautifully. Top junior rider, top child rider, and just generally a super rider. So we are looking, everybody, at the Prix St George. This is the Prix St George Championship, so we will be noticing that the degree of difficulty is definitely a step up from what we've just watched in the advanced. Not much room for error in this test. We start off with our collected canter, X halt, proceed collected trot, C turn right, MXK, change rein medium, K collected, and then KAF, collected trot. So you can see beautiful ground cover, suspension in the air, hind leg coming well underneath her, and just the rider sitting so beautifully. This really is one of my favorite riders to watch. Always with her horses, beautiful sympathetic rider, hands always forward and steady. Definitely one of our very best that we have. Okay, then we have a volte of 8 meters. So a volte, meaning a circle smaller than 10 meters, is called a volte. And that leads into the half pass left. And then G on center line, and then C track to the left, and then we have our extended trot HXF across the long diagonal. Again, a real highlight for this horse. And the judges will be looking at the transitions between H and F. Then we have FAK, the collected trot, KE shoulder in. So you can see the degree, the angle and degree of difficulty a little bit more than what we were looking at in our previous advanced test. And E, that volte of 8 meters. So remember, 10 meters will be to the center line. A volte would be 8 meters, so that is 2 meters short of the center line for any of those that want to get mathematical. And then not an easy transition into the walk. You need to take some bright time just to breathe and think. Relax, Rosalie. As we go into our half pirouette to the left. And again, remember, you're straight in front of the judges. You've got to be well placed. That you're doing it well there. And then some steps of collected walk in between as she goes into her second half pirouette. So in the pirouettes, they are looking for bend in the half pirouette, which is very important. Still with a forward tendency, you don't want the horse to go too backwards, and then maintenance of 4 beats. So meaning that the walk doesn't change at all. And then we have extended walk. Looking for regularity, suppleness over the back, activity over track, more over track than what we were seeing in the previous class, freedom of shoulder and stretching to the bit. So to me, stretching to the bit, very important, especially these days, that the horse is out in front of you and not trying to evade and be a little bit behind you, behind the vertical. Beautiful collected canter, again, a higher degree of difficulty, a higher degree of collection than what we saw earlier. Into her half pass with an X flying change, straight in front of the judges, back into the half pass. Beautifully, beautifully ridden. And then the half pirouette, so you can see it is smaller, there is more of it. than what we saw in the advance. So the advance is just sort of the training for what we're seeing now. And as we go up each level, they get smaller. The judges get stricter about the sitting and the uphill of the horse. And you can really see the horse collecting and putting herself so nicely back onto her hind legs while still maintaining an uphill position in the canter. Now we've got HXF. On the diagonal, 5 flying changes of leg every 4th stride. So you can see that, again, difficulty stepped up from what we've last seen. And then KXM, same movement. On the diagonal, 5 flying changes of leg every 3 stride. So 1, 2, 3, change. 1, 2, 3, change. 2, 3, change. 2, 3, change. 2, 3, change. Beautifully ridden. I would expect nothing less from this young lady. Now we've got our extended canter, also a highlight for this horse because she always comes back so well. So we're going to see at F, her collected canter and flying change of leg. Here we go. And then A down centre line. You really got to sit, let the horse sit. Think of this as a half 10-metre circle as you're turning onto your centre line. And then you've got your halt, immobility salute. And again, remember you've got your judges at X that are watching that you are exactly at X. And I know the judge at E is Judy Virtue today, so she will have eagle eyes out on those halts. But I would say a pretty good test to start the class with. Beautifully ridden, looking very happy, horse looking so relaxed. Just always a pleasure to watch this young lady ride. For any of those juniors that are looking for somebody to look up to, this is certainly one of them. Okay, we will then be looking for Stuart Barker on Friar Tuck DB, owned by iFarmer Cooperative. I see Yanina's mother, Samira, standing watching that test. She'll obviously be delighted. She's also riding at the show. She's just taken over as chairlady of the Gauteng Equestrian Park as well, as she is also terribly involved in Sinisa, which is a massive undertaking. So a family that gives so much back to the sport. Yeah, check now. Okay. I just want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors once again, Western Shop, Manor Dior, and Stride Equine Research for what they've put into the show. Western Shop always stepping up, whether it is eventing, show jumping, dressage, And Sinisa, Western Shop, are always out there helping, putting back in. And thank you very much to Renelle Gilbert from Manadior, the beautiful equestrian centre up in Sun Valley. 5-star, 6-star yard that she runs up there. Stuart Barker about to come in on his Friar Tuck DB. We had another DB horse competing in the previous class, in the advanced class, DB standing for De Bruyn Equine, run by the incredibly talented Coral De Bruyn, who is breeding some very, very, very special horses. Stuart just signalling to the judges that he is ready as the whistle goes. Shame. Pity just stepping back into that hold. C-track to the right. And then we have got MXK, medium trot. And then the judges will be looking at the collected trot across the short diagonal, which is KAF. F shoulder in, FB shoulder in. Slight miscommunication there of the horse going into canter. Maybe Stuart just moving his leg a little bit. You know, sometimes they get confused. The horses get a little bit confused about whether the leg back means canter or actually go laterally sideways. But well recovered and into that volte. And then into the half pass. Then we have HXF extended across the arena. So what we want to watch in those extended is the energy and engagement of the hindquarters, as well as the horse remaining uphill and not falling down onto the forehand. Into the shoulder in. Into that volte. And into that right half pass. The walk transition. Into the half pirouette. So remember, the judges will be looking at regularity in the walk. The walk regularity doesn't change. The size of it, and as the flexion doesn't change either. So the flexion meaning which way the horse's head is bent. And then of course the maintenance of the 4-beat of the walk. Then a nice long space for the extended walk. Maybe this is their little relaxation in the test that they are allowed. Even though you've got to keep the horse in front of you, keep the horse's attention, don't let them look around too much. And then you want to almost help them back onto the track with a little bit of left leg back behind the girth, but not too much, as you've got that collected canter at K. So in a collected canter, we're really looking for the horse to be sitting on his hind legs, what so much of dressage is about. Shame slight kicking out at the spur there, just as he came into that. His shirt is taking the time to pat him back into the half pass. So again, like we saw earlier, riders learning to take the time in their tests, just to take a breath. Things are going slightly wrong, horse is getting a little uptight, riders just taking the time just to ride them through it so that they get good positive ring exposure instead of having a bad experience in the ring. This is all about growing confidence and about harmony between horse and rider. So super to see him actually pat the horse and just say, it's okay, I've got you. Oh, very exuberant changes. Unfortunately, I don't know if 4 in a row will give him extra marks, but he's decided to retire, obviously feeling today is not their day, which is a great pity because the test started off with so much potential. But I do know this horse can be a little hot and bubbling underneath the surface. So they will be back, go home, do a little bit of homework, and be back for another day. But so sympathetically written by Stuart, you know, just saying, okay, today's not our day, we'll come back another day and give it a go. As we said earlier, it is chilly, there is a bit of a wind, you know, a lot going on. There's music and crowds, thousands and thousands of people. I could probably count about 11, but hopefully we are all watching at home, staying warm in bed. I'm luckily sitting here with a heater and a blanket on, so I'm absolutely fine. I don't know about the people braving it out on the outside there. Okay, so obviously Stuart finished his test off a little bit early, so we are now looking for Susan Kokomoor and Johnny Legend. Waiting for a mark for Janina, because I'm sure that's going to be a nice high mark for her. It was such a beautifully written test, so well put together, accurate, easy, flowing. Susan just giving her horse a little bit of time to acclimatise, walk around, have a good look at the judges' boxes. That is her whistle to sound the start of her test. That's when the nerves kick in, when you hear that whistle or you hear that bell. Well, they certainly do for me. You gotta stay calm, concentrate on your breathing, try and remember your test. And if you turn left instead of right or right instead of left, just pretend that you totally meant to do it and go back and do it again. Very active entry. And into a good hold from where I'm sitting. You'll see that the arena party is closing the arena behind her, as they do in all championship tests. with our normal tests, we don't close the arena, we leave it open. Sometimes horses overinterpret it and leave the arena, like a pupil of mine did a few years ago. Beautifully left the arena, but managed to come back in before the judges really noticed. And some super active steps over the diagonal. And then the collected. So you'll be setting your horse up now, riding through the corner, setting it up now for your shoulder in. Into that volte, which is really just a fancy word for an 8-meter circle. Maybe just a little bit too much impulsion, too much asking, as you saw the horse slip slightly into the canter. Horse appearing a little hurried, but who am I to judge? Yeah, but keeping good rhythm so far. In that extended across the diagonal. And then back for the collected. And then into the shoulder in. So as I say, through that corner, almost from A to K, you want to be setting your horse up for the shoulder in, so you don't get to K and think, I'm going straight, I've got a problem. You already know, and the horse knows, has been pre-warned that you are you're going to ride that shoulder in. But remember, horses that have reached this level, extremely well schooled, extremely with you, and are almost thinking ahead of you. Sometimes in a good way and sometimes in a bad way. Good transition. And again, straight in front of the judges. Shame, just a little misstep there, but that won't bring her marks down. And then placing her left pirouette in a good place that gives her room to still show a good straight walk. Remember, the judges are looking for a nice straight collected walk in between the placing of the 2 half pirouettes. Just slightly swinging into that first one. Could have maybe slowed down a little bit, but I do know this horse can tend to get a little hot. So the riders do what they need to do on board. And sometimes we have to make certain sacrifices in movements because we know that the horse finds it hard. Horse could show a little bit more relaxation in that extended walk, but again, not an easy horse, a hot horse to sit on. And that canter transition. Horse staying very nice and uphill in the canter, and going into the half pass, easily sliding into the half pass, which is good to see. And then the change, and then back into that right half pass. So you want to straighten slightly coming out of your first half pass. You want to be straight for almost, think 2 steps, half pass, and then your next half pass. Slight loss of balance in front in that half pirouette. Then the counter canter through the corner, and the change, yes. So we've got to go counter canter from H to C with a change at C in front of the judges. And again, it's the degree of difficulty, it's the degree of schooling, the years and years and years that have been put into these horses that'll help you with those movements. Very nice. So you'll see with these more experienced riders, more experienced horses, that they're able to go deeper into their corners in the counter canter when the horses are green and starting off. Certainly we start to have in the elementary tests, we start to have the counter canter and ridden on a serpentine, and it's not easy. I tend to tell my riders to sort of not go too deep into their corners to encourage their horses to change. Change is coming nicely. across the diagonal, as this could be a highlight for this horse. And into her final halt. Slightly wide in front, so we will see what the judges decide to say about that. As I say, we do have our eagle-eyed Judy sitting at E. Okay, next up we are looking for Eleni Constance, but she is only due at 10:51, so let's just give her a few more minutes and I'll be updating you with scores as soon as I can. Eleni Constance making her way in on her beautiful, beautiful Compton House Chocolata. Another small stud, but just everything that comes out the stud is super, super special. Lovely, elegant, elegant, elegant horse. Not huge, but we don't always need big. Ellie being quite a slight person herself, this combination just suits each other so well. So the medium across the diagonal showing good ground cover. It's making a lovely, lovely picture there on the short diagonal. A loss of balance there in the volte. The extended trot. It's always been a strong point for this horse. Then we're looking at FAK, the transitions at H and F. Horse is staying in a lovely uphill frame. To the shoulder in. And then into her second volte. Into that half pass. Lovely crossing steps and fluid, making it look easy. Lainey giving her a quick little pat. So nice to see in the ring riders taking their time like that. Just to pat their horses, let them know that they're doing a fantastic job. Good steps there. She slips her stick over into her left hand. Yeah, and another good one. Now we'll be looking for the stretch and relaxation across the diagonal. Super. Horse looking really relaxed and confident in the ring, showing a good walk. So it's all about rideability at this level, that you can actually ride the extended walk with your leg on, and the horse responds in this lovely relaxed way instead of just getting tighter and more worried. So you can see she's been doing her homework for years on this horse. Very good transition. Accurate, lovely test so far. Into her half pass. And then she'll want to straighten slightly for the flying change. There we go. And back into the half pass. Very nicely ridden. The second flying change came a little bit early, but that's okay. So great. Again, it takes a great degree of collection in the canter to come across that short diagonal into that working pirouette. You don't want to take away from the canter, but you don't want too much canter. So it's really, really, really just a balancing act of how much you are going to ride it and how much you can trust the horse to come back. So slight loss of balance coming out of there. But then a well executed flying change. And a lovely line of changes. Good, 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 good. Shame she's lost her stirrup, but that's okay. She got it back quickly. And again, really collecting. So you want to almost ride that really collected canter C to H before you let them go across the diagonal. A lot of them know that it's coming, and it's quite difficult to keep the lid on top, but she's done a super job. Lovely, 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 accurate test. And into her hold. She looks delighted. Very, very happy with that. Just also beautiful combination. We've got some really, really fantastic riders here today doing their best. Horses are looking fit. They're looking happy. You wouldn't think it was a freezing cold winter day, although it is actually warming up, so I mustn't complain. Beautifully ridden. I have a mark for you for Rosalie, owned and ridden by Janina Rexrod. Some super marks. We have got from our judge at C, a 72.206, and from our judge at E, a 69.265. So that puts her in front, as she is the only mark we've got so far, with a 69.902, but I'm pretty sure she's going to stay there for a while. As I said earlier, this young lady is hard to beat. She always rides an excellent test. Yeah, we'll see. We have got some very strong riders coming up a little later in the class, but I reckon that's going to stay out as our leader for quite a while. Next up, we have got Haven's Pride Bewitched, owned by Andrea Harrison and Bridget O'Neill. They own the horse together. Horse was bred in Botswana, and it's Andrea's second, as far as I know, second ride of the day. Horse fairly new to this level, I think. And again, couldn't have a better pilot on board. One of our most experienced riders. Andrea spends an incredible amount of time training in various countries, such as Botswana and Zambia. She's recently been going overseas as well, where she's got a pupil competing, Rebecca Tate de Silva, and he's been going over there to help Rebecca at the big shows. So she's certainly quite the international traveller, as being a mum and a wife, and one of our top riders and coaches. I often wonder when she actually has time to sleep. And a nicer person you couldn't meet. Her whistle has gone. She'll be coming in. Interesting about this test, minimum age 7 years, so we can't have horses in here that are too young. Horses really need to be mature. They need to be mature in their minds as well as in their bodies, and obviously we never want to see horses being pushed while they're still too young. Super entry. Medium trot. Big moving horse. Suits Andy so well. I think Andy must be close to 6 foot. So she's she always looks fantastic on these bigger horses. She's got the longest legs that I know. Very good. Very good. Consistent shoulder in. Good angle. Into the volte, accurate. And across the diagonal. Into her second volte. And this volte really sets the horses up nicely for the half pass, as you already have your outside leg back, ready taking the hindquarters over. And just that little transition at G, which doesn't give you long, it gives you about a meter for that walk, so that is hell of a quick. And then turning left at H, she'll be looking at M, planning where she's going to place her first pirouette. Good steps. Good collected walk. As I said earlier, remember the judges will be looking at the walk in between the pirouettes, not just the pirouettes. And then looking for that relaxation in the extended walk, ground cover, the ability of the horse to step under its body. You know, these are highly trained animals, and the test is not easy, and there's so many questions being asked. You've got, you know, your extended trots, you've got your extended canters, you've got your pirouettes, you've got all of that, and still they're looking for the horse to be really relaxed in the arena. So it would be like asking a horse to jump sort of maybe a 130 round and then show a relaxed walk leaving the arena. Not many of them can do it because they're so hyped up. So this is why these dressage horses need so much training and so much confidence in their riders and confidence in the ring. Lovely change there. Horse just slightly becoming a little bit above the bit. Isn't the easiest, but Andy rides him so well. Super strong pirouette there. There the counter canter. Watch her deep into the corner and the change exactly into the marker. And you're already turning her body, aiming for where she wants to go. And then that counter canter deep into the corner and the change. And guys, if you've ridden through this movement, you've literally got like 2.5 steps before that change. So it's accuracy. It is practicing, practicing, practicing. Good. A few little blips in those changes, but nothing that can't be sorted out. So again, this is what I mean about riding full steam across the diagonal, being able to bring the horse back at F at the marker and have the change. Oh, just a slight little kick out. But a much more relaxed, composed test. Well done. You could see the horse wanted to step slightly to the right going into that halt, and Andy, being the consummate professional that she is, quick right leg back, get straight, got him straight, and probably ended up on a very nice mark for that halt, whereas maybe a more inexperienced rider would have panicked a little bit and maybe left the quarters out to a little bit to the right, but she got it right, rode it beautifully. I'm sure Andy will be back tomorrow with her string, all doing different freestyles. I don't know how she remembers it all, but she certainly manages. Okay, just waiting for marks. I'll be updating you. Okay, so we have got marks for Susan Kukamua riding Johnny Legend. Our judge at C, giving her a 58.529, and then our judge at E, a 56.176, putting her on a 57.255. Then we have a lovely mark for Eleni Constance with a 68 from our judge at C, a 62 from our judge at E, putting her on a 65.294. So again, we've still got Yanina sitting out in front on that 69.265, and as I said earlier, I'll even put money on it. That one is going to be the hard one to beat today.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
Okay, into our cameras now. We have Evermar, written by Philippa Blanche and owned by Sylvia Vextra. Unfortunately, Graham Wynne has had to scratch his horse Jensen as he has a groin injury that he's battling to get over. Of course, we've got to look after people like Graham. They've got to have proper rest. Nice to see Philippa riding up at this level again. I think this horse is fairly new to this level. But isn't he stunning? Stunning, stunning. Tracking to the right, and then she will be into her medium trot. And then her shoulder in. Into the volte. And then into the half pass. As I say, that volte sets horses up so nicely for the half pass. Accurately ridden onto her centre line. Straighten and turn. Philippa having also been one of those riders that has ridden since a child. Also done a little bit of everything. I'm sure we all fondly remember her mother, Vinka Wilson, a very well-known character in the equestrian world, as well as her dad Barry. Philippa's definitely got her game face on, much concentrating going on. Just getting him ready for that half pirouette to the left. Maybe stuck for one step, but really not a bad attempt at all. Trot just showing a little bit of tenseness. That walk, collected walk, showing a little bit of tenseness. And the second pirouette not being as good as the first. But always extremely difficult to have two absolutely perfect half pirouettes. Good stretch. Nice to see the horse opening up his neck. Horses that are bred like him and built like him, sort of along the Frisian lines, Lusitano lines. You know, they've got these extremely large necks, and not easy to get them to stretch their necks out. We're seeing more and more of these fabulous horses coming into the sport, and that would be, and please don't shoot me, that would be their sort of only downfall, is that you've got to keep the nose out a little bit in front and not allow the horse to get too round, because they're built so round anyway, that I think your main job is to always keep that nose out a little bit. Very well ridden there. Accurate. Philippa rode for years for the South African Lipizzana team, so she is certainly no stranger to the arena and to dressage. She was one of their main riders for many years. Just a little loss of forward momentum, and then a little change there, and then a little bit too sideways, but that's fine. Look for the flying change. There we go. But again, having a professional like Philippa on board, there was no panicking. It was just, let's see what the best we can do. Always go home and do the homework. That one was better. Yeah, super. I'd love to see the difference in the marks between those two. Just swinging slightly in the changes, but not bad. So when I say swinging, the horse meaning the horse's hind leg is swinging a little bit too much. So we want to see a little bit more straightness at this level coming in, straight from behind. But look at that collected canter. This is a real highlight for this horse. We'll see if these changes are a little straighter. Oh, good try. Very good try. And a pat from Philippa. Again, such a pleasure to see these riders rewarding the horses, thanking their horses when they've been good. Good across the diagonal. And then back for the change. Yeah, and she really brought him back beautifully there. She'll get a good mark for that change. And then super turning, correct riding onto the center line. So nicely done. And into a lovely, lovely halt. Well done, Philippa. Smile on her face. She's delighted with that. Really, really good. Super, super, super. Okay, I'm going to just check if we've got any more marks for you. Yeah, I bet that horse will be lots of pats, lots of carrots. Happy horse, happy rider, happy owner. That's what the sport is about. Okay, I've got a mark for you from with Haven's Pride Bewitched, written by Andrea Harrison. A from our judge at C, a 65.147, and our judge at E, a 63.529, leaving her on a total of 63.284. So again, leaving Yanina and Rosalie out in front on that 69. And then we still have Eleni Constance lying in place with her 65.294. Okay, next up, we've got the very, very elegant Mariki Fenta riding her Quinta 116. And you can see she's one of the riders that is elected to ride in a double bridle today. There's her whistle to make sure she starts to get ready and come into the arena. As I say, that's when your heart starts to race. Just getting the horse a little bit in front of her leg. So in this test, with the collective mark, we've got a mark for harmony. This is what's becoming important today, these days, is the harmony. So we're looking at harmony, cooperation, lightness, effectiveness, sensitivity of aids, as well as adherence to the training scale. We take you through the training scale quickly. Number 1 will be rhythm. Number 2 will be suppleness. 3, contact. 4, impulsion. 5, straightness. And lastly, collection. So that is our pyramid, as we call it, or our trail of scaling, our training pyramid, and that is how we want all the horses work these days. Certainly the young horses. So always rhythm first. Collection will come at a later stage. Slightly sticky going into that shoulder in. And then we will be turning into the volte. Into that left half pass. So remember, the judges for this half pass will be looking for a uniform bend. And I think that comes as the horse becomes more supple, more laterally supple, able to do its lateral work, its shoulder in, its leg yields, its half passes, travers, renvers. The suppleness comes in more and more and more as the horse matures and the training improves. So each test, each level that we go up requires more level of suppleness in the lateral work and in the work in general. So again, keeping the walk relaxed, preparing them for that half pirouette, keeping the horses stepping. So what we're looking for now will be regularity in its steps, that the horse is not taking irregular steps, which some can tend to do. Suppleness over the back, activity over track, and freedom of the shoulder, as well as stretching to the bit. So we've got that half pass left. Then you want to straighten slightly into that change and back to the track. Horse was becoming a little deep in its frame. I see that a correction was made and the horse was picked up slightly. Asked to sit a little bit more behind. Yeah, well tried. Keeping that counter-canter to straighten, to change. As I said, there is not much room there from that H to C. It's got to be ridden carefully, and you've almost got to think 1, 2, 3, straighten, change. You want to pick the horse up a little bit. There we go. So you can see this horse, like the previous horse, swinging a little bit behind in the flying changes. So the judges will be looking for the horse to be a little straighter in its changes. Yeah, dressage judges are never satisfied. You think it's amazing, and they'll pick up something that wasn't. But you'll be looking for a lot more straightness. We'll see later on in the Grand Prix. The horses' changes will be far straighter. Cross the diagonal and then bringing them back for the change. And not letting the horse jump too much to the right. Confident center line. Good. And into a good halt. Nice. Very good. Going to see if we've got an update of marks for you. So we're still waiting for the mark for Philippa to Blanche. Next up, we have got Siobhan Records riding her own Melage. Strong contender in this class. And then after that, Nicole Smith riding Erica's Brannick Sandra Afrique. Sure, Siobhan will be putting just some last minute touches on to the horse under the watchful eye of Trojan, her groom, that is at her side all the time. Let me just again take this opportunity to thank Western Shop so much for their sponsorship of our Gauteng Dressage Championships, as well as Manadior, Ronelle Gilbert. Again, thank you so much. I don't think we've had a Gauteng Champs for a long time without her being very involved in the sponsorship, and our Stride Performance that have put in huge prizes into the goodie bags that our winning riders, our riders that are being placed are winning. I had a look at some of their products just now, and I'll certainly be going back to have another look. They're fantastic products that have all been developed by Dr. Glenn Catton, who's always had his eye on the ball as far as equine products are concerned. See Siobhan coming in, wearing her Protea blazer that she was awarded last year when she competed for the Protea team against Japan. Siobhan, one of our, again, very hard-working riders, very involved in the equestrian scene, has been for many years since she was a child. Eventing, show jumping, all sorts of things. She now concentrates on her dressage and is at the very top of her game, bringing on so many young horses for herself and for other young horses. Always doing a beautiful job. We will also be seeing her later today in the Intermediate B, where she has another ride. Beautiful example of a medium trot there across the diagonal. Horse is lovely in front of her leg. Of course, a beautiful example of a shoulder in. Again, also a horse fairly new to this level, but couldn't have a better pilot on top. Makes it all look easy and flowing. And I don't think Siobhan actually has a type of horse that she likes more than the others. I mean, she big horses like this, you know, she's rides Frisian beautifully. She rides her warm bloods beautifully, her thoroughbreds beautifully. Yeah, a really adaptive rider can really ride anything. Siobhan's also one of our top saddle fitters, qualified saddle fitters, as is her mother, Linda. Both saddle fitters, although I don't think Siobhan has much time to saddle fit these days because she's in great demand as far as riding and training is concerned. She's also one of our most highly qualified coaches, having just done some coaches exams, which she aced. If you ever need to know the rules of the sport, Siobhan's the one to ask. I don't go to the judges, I go to Siobhan. Lovely across the diagonal. Lovely upward transition. The horse always being out in front of her. Such a pleasure to see. Beautiful half pass. Yeah, these marks are going to be high. And again, always accurate. She is such an accurate rider. You can see her collecting, bringing him back. Oh, well ridden. And then just popping in that very easy little flying change at sea. Maybe second pirouette not being as good as the first. But as I say, the horse is new to the level. Beautiful flying change. We were talking about harmony earlier. We're certainly going to see a very, I think, high mark for harmony, cooperation, lightness, effectiveness, sensitivity of aids, and adherence to the training scale. Oh, massive pat. Very chuffed with himself. And this is a big horse to collect through to the corner for the change. There, but she does it. I would say this is the horse that she's planning on bringing through to the higher levels. She already has one in the Grand Prix that she's brought up herself. And I think this could be the next one that she's planning on bringing up. Beautiful. Very happy with that, as I'm sure her support team will be as well. Okay, we will be looking for our last combination in this Prix St George Championship, which is Brannick Sandra Afrique, ridden by Nicole Smith and owned by Erica Duplessis. Just going to do a quick mark check for you to see if we've updated any scores. Okay, we've got a mark for Andrea Harrison. Just going to quickly give it to you, a 63.284. So we've still got our Yanina Rexrod with Rosalie sitting out in front on the with that 69. Second place, still Eleni Constance. Third will be going at the moment to Andrea on Bewitched, Heaven's Pride Bewitched. And then lying in fourth place, Susan Kukamura on 57.265. But let's see what the judges think of the last test that we've just witnessed, because that was really, really beautiful. Okay, sorry, two other scores have just come in. We have got a test for a score for Philippa Blanche of 61.127. And we have another one for Mariki Fenter on her Quinta 116 of 59.706. So again, still leaving Yanina out in front. But let's see what this very experienced and capable pair have in store for us. Nicole being another of our top riders, having ridden extensively overseas, pre-level, just missing out on an Olympic qualification. This locally from the Brannock stud, which is so nice to see some local horses coming up. Brannock stud, also one of the smaller studs, but producing some fantastic horses, certainly in the show jumping, eventing, and in the dressage world. Just a little blip there. The horse thought that he needed to carry on cantering. Nicole said, no, come back. We're going to do some trot work. Into that shoulder in. Nicole also coming from a very horsey family. Her mum Di Smith, dad Neil Smith, both very involved in the equestrian world. Her mother Di Smith is actually chair lady of Dressage South Africa, so she is our go-to person whenever we have any problems. Also instrumental in helping development riders and putting Dressage South Africa on the map as much as possible. Horse coming slightly low, slightly low in that volte. Into that left half pirouette. So nicely done. Horse looking so relaxed. Also electing to ride in a double bridle, but you'll see how soft the bottom rein is. That is called our curb rein. We always want to see a little loop in the curb rein. Super relaxed walk. And again, Nicole, absolutely no stranger to the arena, ridden up to the very, very highest levels here and in Europe. We're lucky to have her back. Super uphill canter. Into that left half pass, straight into the change. There we go. And then you can see her lifting just a little bit up, making sure the canter is correct. And a beautiful change there at the end. Slight loss of impulsion going into that pirouette, but very nice sitting steps in that pirouette. I think that's going to be a real highlight for the horse later on. Lovely easy change popping in at sea. So well ridden. Yeah, that is going to be a highlight. Again, very well placed flying change. I can see owner Erica standing at the end of the arena with a red hat on. Erica herself, one of our top judges. Super confident line of changes there. I think they change at F. Lovely center line into the halt. Super. Whole team looking very happy. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, let me have a quick check on scores, see what's going on, see if I can update you guys a little bit more. Welcome back to the start of our third class of the day, which is the Intermediate 1 Championship. Our first rider in is Michelle Wynn on Conversano Allegra, owned by Jillian van As and the Glen Veilig stud. Michelle just taking a little bit of time to acclimatise him to the arena. She actually took quite a nasty tumble on Thursday, so we just want to make sure that she is fine. But they don't get any tougher than Michelle. There goes her whistle. So again, we have A enter collected canter, X halt salute, proceed collected trot, C track left, HXF change rein, F collected trot, FA collected trot. So you'll notice the degree of difficulty has definitely gone up, certainly from the advanced, but from the pre as well that we watched earlier. Just giving him a reassuring pat as he halts. Shame. And just a few little backward steps. And then she'll be changing rein HXF, extended trot. This is obviously a Lipizzaner who has been bred by the ever supportive Van Ash family. Now this is a movement we won't have seen before. DX, shoulder in right, so this is right down your centre line towards the judges. So this consistent angle, fluency and bend is what they will be looking for. And then the volte at X. XM half pass to the right, MC collected trot, C halt immobility, rein back 5 steps. So you want to just take a little breath out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, good, well ridden, and proceed in collected trot, and then HX straight into the half pass left. X volte left 10 meters, 8 meters. So she'll be want to be 2 meters off her long side at B. And then back into that shoulder in down the center line. So shoulder in left XD. So there is absolutely no let up in this test. D track right and then KR lengthen. Michelle doing a super job so far. Really lovely uphill lengthening, covering ground. So well ridden. There we go. And then into the collected walk. Michelle herself riding out of the famous Winstead stables, based in Springs, with her husband Graham, who unfortunately is not riding today. Both of them top event riders in their younger days. Now top show jumpers, grandparents of, I think it's 2 now, and nobody better to produce a horse, nobody better than to work with difficult horses in the team at Winstead. Extended walk. So this is where a horse like a breed like a Lipizzaner may come down a little bit in their marks with the extended walk. Obviously the warm bloods will walk a little larger. But as I was saying earlier, all these different breeds have got their strengths and weaknesses. And then we have our 3 half passes, 5 meters to either side of the center line with a flying change of leg at each change of direction. Just a little disunited in that last change, but she's corrected it. HXF, extended canter. F collected and a flying change. KXM on the diagonal, 5 flying changes of leg every 3 strides. 3, change, 2, 3, change. A little early on that one. Yeah, but generally well ridden. Okay, then she's got H to B, so she's going across her diagonal line, H to B, with at I a pirouette to the left. So you'll be asking for a great degree of collection coming through the short side, across the diagonal. You want to be collected. You've got your pirouette placed right on the center line, her riding quite hard, and you'll notice that it is a full pirouette instead of the quarter and the half that we've seen in the previous 2 tests. And that will be repeated on the next diagonal line of the pirouetted L. Working quite hard just to keep the momentum going. And then the flying change. Okay, and then we're coming across the diagonal FXH. On the diagonal, 7 flying changes of leg every 2 steps. Little blip there, but that's okay. Yeah, not bad at all. C, the collected trot. MXK, extended trot. Oh, so well done. Got that suspension in the hind leg. Just a little break of rhythm there at X. And then A down center line, and X halt immobility to salute. Deep breath, sigh of relief that she got through that safely and in one piece. Congrats, Michelle. Okay, next was in Vincent Vegas and Janina Rexrod. She was actually the winner of our Pre-St. George Championship with her beautiful Rosalie. So let's see if she continues her winning streak today. Janina looking her usual composed self. Just taking time to do a little circle there just to settle completely. So her whistle has sounded. She will be making her way into the arena. So as long as you present yourself to the judges first time round on the right rein, you can then enter on either rein. So her choosing to enter in on the left rein, square hold from where I'm sitting, C track to the left, and then we've got HXF extended trot, F collected trot. Remember, judges will be judging both transitions into the extended and out of the extended. So going forward and coming back will be go into the mark of the movement. A down center line, and then that DX shoulder in right. So we talk about positioning and maintaining of position with this movement right down the center line in front of the judges. Into her volte, correctly ridden, 2 meters off the long side at B, and then into the half pass. I think I was talking earlier in the Prix St George that those voltes are always such a nice setup for the half pass because you've got your horse's hind leg in the correct place. Vegas just calling his friends to see if anybody's around, and he is being answered probably by Yanina, his other horse. So yeah, these horses all become very attached to each other. Half pass to the left, and then the volte left, and again that shoulder in. Good, and then you can see her straightening, turning right, and then we've got KR medium trot, which is a real highlight for this horse. Beautifully ridden, just a picture of harmony, lightness and ease, and then straight, such a smooth transition into the walk there, beautifully ridden. Into the extended walk. So remember, we're looking for regularity of the steps, suppleness of the back, activity over track, freedom of shoulder, and stretching to the bit. Just a little kick out at that transition there. Then we have got A down center line, 3 half passes, 3, change, and again to the left, the half pass, just a little bit, asking a few little questions there, and then back again. Remember, you want to be straight for that flying change in front of the judges. Then extend it across the diagonal. You can really go for it now. These horses are so well schooled. They're easy to bring back. Well, most of the time. And then we've got our KXM on the diagonal. 5 flying changes every 3rd stride. Shame, just a few little glitches coming in there. Quite unusual for this horse. See him sitting well before the pirouette. Good, good. And that will repeat itself on the next short diagonal. Sitting. Look how beautifully she sits. and the change. Okay, then we've got FXH across the long diagonal. On the diagonal, 7 flying changes of leg every second stride. Again, just appearing a little unhappy in the contact today. But a good solid row of changes. Smooth, smooth, smooth transition. And then lovely, extended across the diagonal line. Really going for it. Then A down center line and X hold to immobility. So many marks can be picked up with a horse's highlights. You've got to know where your horse's highlights are, and sort of where their low lights are, where they're battling. Maybe they've gone up a level and they're finding a movement difficult. But just by accurate riding and really working on those highlights and going for it like she did there, that'll generally raise the standard of the marks. Her having lost a few little marks maybe on contact, and but you could see, her being the experienced rider she is, she wasn't going to let it worry her. She carried on riding. It's like these show jumpers, when they jump and they knock a pole, they've got a plan. It's one pole and they've got a plan. So you could see she carried on and didn't let it get to her, and she carried on and rode the good movements that she knew she was safe and she could ride. She really rode for. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges thought of that. Let me see if I've got you an update of marks. Certainly for our first rider, Michelle. Okay, we have a mark for Michelle of 57.745. Just waiting for the next marks to come in, and I will be keeping you up to date. Next in, we have Ina Kruger riding her own TI's Lamau. Ina, a huge supporter of dressage and of sport, equestrian sport in general. The TI started owning quite a few show jumpers under Carl Bunzai, and of course the dressage horses. Ina, no stranger to riding at a top level. She is trained under the watchful eye of Natalie Hobday, and this is just the most fantastic horse. Always exciting to watch. And just suits her down to the ground. So again, her whistle has sounded. She's going to take a little breath, probably pop into canter, and also come in off the left rein. Good hold. Collected trot. HXF extended. And then that A down center line, DX shoulder in. We talk about suspension. This horse has got so much suspension in its steps. It's just quite unbelievable. Every outing this horse improves. Just see her reminding him to stay a little uphill. I think I was mentioning earlier some of these Lusitanos and Lippies and Frisians and these other breeds that are becoming so popular now can tend to get a little on the forehand. Their necks are very big. They're not easy to ride. You always got to think of riding them in a very uphill way, which Ina does so beautifully. Super and smooth into that walk. Across the diagonal. So maybe this is your little breathing space during the test, if there is any. Then a good transition, super uphill transition. Horse sitting on its hind leg, bending its hocks, staying up in front, and straight into that lovely collected canter that he is so good at. Lovely sideways steps. Just losing a slight angle there. And a change at the end. Look what a beautiful picture it is on that short diagonal. That looked like a pretty correct line of changes to me from where I'm sitting. Just little loss of rhythm there. Sometimes we tend to underride it a little bit. You know, it is so difficult. Don't know how much petrol to have in the engine because they've got to be moving forward but sideways, if that makes sense. Much better. Good. And the change. Again, that beautiful picture on the short side there. Again, pretty damn correct line of changes there for Ina. Into the extended across the diagonal. Look at the reach this horse has. Look at the sitting ability he has. So Lamar just finishing off his test. And I have a score for you for our second rider, who was Vincent Vegas with the Yanina Rexrod. 65.778. So that puts her pretty safely out in front at the moment. But we've got some extremely competitive combinations still coming up in the tests. So the likes of Carl, Bunzai, Dominique Alexander. So let's just see if she stays out in front. Callagher Bugatti making their way around the arena, owned and ridden by Danette Reinicke Fouchier. Callagher Bugatti is a young 17-year-old, dark bay Hanoverian, obviously bred by the Callagher stud, sired by the world-famous Benicio, out of a Tavano mare. And this horse really stands out in South African breeding. He's won a lot with this rider. He won the 2019 South African Junior Individual Dressage Championships. And he has competed as a Grand Prix dressage horse. So he was bought on the auction in 2014. Wonderful to have a stud like Callagher breeding dressage horses and not just concentrating on the show jumpers. Sorry, that wasn't a dig at anybody else. But Benicio has really put many of our dressage horses on the map. Just an outstanding stallion that we're so fortunate to have as part of Callagher stud. Just look at that across the diagonal. Then smooth transition at R. So remember, you're riding that diagonal line with your foot flat on the accelerator, and then you've got to almost, for want of a better term, pull up your handbrake and do a transition at R. It's extremely difficult because you're riding at full capacity, and then you've got to stop and you've got to make it smooth. So an abrupt transition will be judged down quite highly by the judge. a smooth transition, it's going to bring your marks up. So that's got to be practiced, that the horse can really give a full capacity and come back to you so quickly. So that's where your training and experience comes in. And we see more and more of these little tests or movements being put in the higher grades, as we're seeing today. And then a beautiful straight transition at P. I was talking earlier about horses maybe throwing their hindquarters a little bit when they're lacking experience, but this is it was a beautiful straight transition. Yeah, very well placed half pass. Super riding. Going for it again across the diagonal. So again, it's putting your foot flat on the petrol, seeing what's in the engine and bringing the engine back and saying change. Oh, perfect line of changes. So you can just see these horses have just got that little edge on the horses that we watched earlier, that are all working their way up to this level. Yeah, good sitting. Good. And keeping the canter lovely and uphill. You know, coming towards the end of the test like this, the horse might be tiring. It might want to be lying a little bit on your hand. You still got to keep it uphill. So as much fitness that goes into the show jumping and eventing horses goes into the dressage horses as well. We all of our horses, well, most of our horses do track work. They do a little bit of jumping. Some even branch out and do a little bit of eventing, just to keep their minds fresh, but keep their bodies as strong as possible as well. And our top dressage riders have extremely strong cores. They've got to be very strong in their core in order not to hang on their hands. You want your body holding you in the saddle, not your hand. So your core and core work is extremely important. And people think that dressage is the easier sport. I love hearing, oh, my show jumper isn't really making it, so we're going to try dressage. So they don't actually realize what goes in to dressage, and certainly up into these higher levels. Next in, we have our Carl Bunzaya, or as we like to call him, South Africa's answer to Carl Hester. Carl himself a highly decorated rider, riding show jumping at the highest level, doing dressage at the very highest level. He's brought this horse on from it being a youngster, imported into the country by Nadia Setnich. And yeah, not the world's easiest, but nothing that Carl can't handle. This combination have won many titles. And we talk about horses that cover ground. This is certainly one of them. Carl trains this horse under the expert eye of Natalie Hobday. And again, a rider just taking their time just for the horse to settle in the arena, having a look round. Giving the horse a little pat. A little think maybe going through the test in his mind, because he will have been riding multiple horses today. He's got TI Spartacus later on in the Intermediate B Championship, and he'll be riding all his freestyles tomorrow as well. So always a lot to remember. Just waiting there for the horse to finish manuring before he goes in. Beautiful halt. So we see HXF, the extended across the diagonal. And then that shoulder in on the center line into his volte. And into a really good half pass. This horse has such rhythm and cadence. Carl just taking his time there before asking for the rein back. You don't want a horse that stops there and starts running backwards. So it's all about the schooling. Horse has got to know the difference between a halt and then a halt and a rein back. Then you're so well ridden into that half pass. And then the volte. You probably see the rhythm now that I'm talking about. Super stretch and ground cover. Horse staying uphill. And then again that smooth transition at R. Not easy on a horse that I would compare to a Ferrari. But so well ridden and handled by Carl. Showing some good relaxed walk steps. Preparation for the transition and that beautiful upward. This horse has such reach and stretch in his half pass canters. Such expression. See Carl really taking his time riding into his corners, being as accurate and correct as he can be. And then a nice relaxed flying change at the end there. Be very happy with that line of changes. As will Nadia, who I can see at the end of the arena videoing every movement. Just bringing him back. This horse has an amazing ability to sit on his hind end. Yeah, good. There we see that ground cover and reach that I was talking about earlier. To a perfect halt. Check up on the marks for you. So we have a mark for you for T.I.'s Lemo and Ina Kruger. A 65.353, so that puts her into second place, just into second place, because we have Janina Rexrod with Vincent Vegas out on her 65.778, and then obviously Ina in second place with 65.363 or 353. So close, very, very close there. But yeah, let's see what Carl's managed to pull out the bag. We are waiting for none other than Dominic Alexander on his Daddy Cool, or Corin Alexander's Daddy Cool. This is a very, very special stallion that we're so fortunate to have in this country. His progeny are doing so well, and so beautifully ridden and produced by Domini, as are all his horses. Don't think Dominic needs any introduction. Himself having ridden for South Africa in show jumping and in dressage, being one of our very top coaches and producer of horses, owning in conjunction with his wife Karen the beautiful Sellerhof stud in Blue Hills. This horse is just an absolute picture of health. Just a little blip there between horse and rider, but quickly recovering. Very good half-stop pass steps. And as I was talking about earlier, that bottom rein, the curb rein, being nice and loose. So important to see it loose. Daddy Cool just being cool and taking his time and having a little manure before he does his rein back. But you know, when you're that handsome, you own the ring anyway. I thought it was a very polite place to actually do it. Dominic having a little laugh to himself. Then a real highlight for this horse. Doesn't look hurried, but it is covering ground. And that smooth, lovely smooth transition at R. Dominic giving him a quick pat and a little adjustment in the saddle. Again, a little pat, just to keep him soft and relaxed in the walk. Now it's just containing the anticipation of that canter transition at P. So you've got to ride that really carefully, keep the legs soft and ask at the very right moment, which he did. A lot of these horses learn the test and they know that canter transition's coming up at P, and they start to get a little bit excited and over exuberant. They might want to do it a little early, so you've really got to ride to the marker. Going for it across the diagonal line. With the change. Again, another thing that these clever horses learn. So it's all about containing it and not practicing the movement too much at home. Otherwise, I want to think ahead of you and think in front of you. Change is just starting a little late. Just a little loss of rhythm there. Remember, this is the first level where we see the full canter pirouettes. So these horses will all be learning about it, learning to sit correctly, keep travelling forward, keep travelling uphill. Second one was much better. And it's again about learning your horse, learning about your horse, learning what you can ask in the ring. Some days you've got to ride as quietly as possible. Other days you might need to ride with a little bit more leg on. It all depends on the day. Remember, this is a sport where we are dealing with the animals, an animal with its own mind, especially these breeding stallions that are very full of themselves. Dominic shaking his head. This horse could probably do those changes in his sleep. And then big steps across the diagonal. Again, you've got these fit horses, absolutely in peak condition. The riders will have been getting them ready for this championship, and sometimes it's difficult to keep the lid on, keep the exuberance down. We want them exuberant, we want them expressive, but not too much. So rideability is one big thing that we always talk about. You know, you don't want a horse that you can't put your leg on. You want a horse that you really can ride, but that is happy and in front of the leg. You're obviously not having to work too hard to ride it, but it is it's responsive to the aids in a good way, and in a positive way. Okay, we have an updated mark for you for Callahoo Bugatti. was a super 67.540, so that takes her out into the front. Next rider behind her is Janina on her 65.778. But as I say, it's not over, guys. We've got some hell of a strong riders coming up. Be interesting to see what the judges thought of Carl and Dominique's performances. Next up, we are waiting for Trudy Cumberland, who will be bringing in Cornelius 42. And then last in the class, last but not least, Jennifer Neal on Arrogante.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
Making her way around the arena, we have Trudy Cumberland riding Erin Pullinger's Cornelius 42. Again electing to come in off the left rein. This horse has come on in leaps and bounds. Judy, a very experienced rider, trainer herself, doing a super job with this horse. Every time I see it, there's a huge improvement. I have to be careful what I say. I don't want to start this commentator's curse nonsense. Into that shoulder in. From where I'm sitting could show a little bit more angle, but I'm sure there's a reason why it was written like it was. And then the half pass. And then MC collected trot. C halt. Good square halt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Proceeding in collected trot. HX half pass. You've really get the horse out the corner there at H, almost before, when their noses are sort of at H, you want to be starting your half pass so that you're going to be in time to get to X, because believe me, it's quick. Maybe a little tilting on the circle, on the volte, and then back into that shoulder in. Angle looking slightly better from here, but as I say, I am not sitting at C, so please don't take what I say as gospel. Medium trot. Horse staying really good and uphill and smooth into the transition. Little breath out for Trudy. We do tend to hold our breaths a little bit, which doesn't help because it makes you bounce a little higher in the saddle. Always say to you, what do you think about your breathing? Think about the rhythm of the breathing when you're riding, because it really can influence the rider. And again, just riding carefully, being subtle in your riding from B to P, because as I say, they do tend to learn this test. I know they've got that canter coming up. Good, but you can see this horse is so well trained. She literally put her foot back, outside leg back at a centimetre, and the horse knew exactly what she wanted. Straight into that half pass. Big smile on Trudy's face. And a big pat for the horse. Across the diagonal. With the change at F. Okay, now we've got the big test of the KXM. With the flying change every third stride. Now we've got our I, pirouette to the left. Little pat from Trudy, pleased with that. Just a slight loss of balance and rhythm there in the second one. But as I said earlier, this is the first level where we have got a pirouette that goes all the way around, a 360-degree pirouette. So certainly something that these riders have been working on. Quick little pat. Could see Trudy really collecting him through that corner, H to C. Slight loss of rhythm at the beginning of the extended, but very quickly corrected. Down the center line. Trudy always ends off every test with a huge smile on her face, even if it hasn't been her day, but she'll be pleased with that. Okay, we are looking for our last horse in the class. Arrogante, ridden by Jennifer Neal and owned by Delman Mining and Civils. I'm going to update you with scores. As soon as they come in. Jenny Neal making her way in. Jenny's sons, themselves top show jumpers that have ridden at the very top, and as well as her daughters-in-law, and now her grandchildren are taking on the South African equestrian scene in quite a large way. The Neal grandchildren are absolutely flying in every discipline. We're going to be seeing a lot of them down at the youth champs, which we are all heading down to at the end of June. So a real riding family. Jenny and this horse have really developed a special relationship, special bond over the years that she's had him. He's been a really solid campaigner for her, doing well in every grade. Jenny trains with Natalie Hobday. See her, those horses listening to her every step of the way, saying, what do you want next? What are we doing next? You can see that slight anticipation that I was talking about earlier, where the horses get to know the test a little bit, want to anticipate the canter transition. But good into that right half pass. To the left with a change. Good back into the right. Then a straighten and a change. And a left turn. You can really see the horse sitting through that corner. To the change to the right. And again, the sitting we were talking about earlier. Collection. She'll be pleased with that line of changes. Yeah, and a good pirouette. Maybe slightly unsteady in the contact, but otherwise fine. Showing expression across the diagonal. Super. Well done, Jen. Okay, that is our last rider in this class. We'll be taking a short break before we go into the Intermediate B Championship. I'll just see if I've got some results that I can update you with. Okay, so Carl Bunzai, 65.539 for Domini, a 59.118, and for Trudy Cumberland, 63.921. So we still have that high 67 coming from Tanet Yanika Foucher on Kala Bugatti. But I'll keep you updated with Jen's mark as well.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
Welcome back to the start of our next championship, which is our Intermediate B Championship. The rider in camera now is Alex Butcher on her Crazy Chocolate. Alex made the trip up from White River. She spends a lot of time on the road, up and down, with her horses and the training and that sort of thing that she does. So, different test to what we've seen before. Let me just quickly go through the differences with you. So our focus now for this intermediate B test, or Inter B, is our medium tour. It is the test focuses on bridging the gap between small tour, which is what we have been watching previously, and big tour, which is our Grand Prix. So we're going to see movements being introduced, such as Piaffe Passage, the early stages of 1-time tempies and 2-time tempi flying changes. So you will notice the degree of difficulty has gone up considerably. The levels, the angles of the half passes and that sort of thing are steeper, and we will be seeing some of the very best. So what we're seeing now is our half pass to the right. With Passage starting at A, turning onto L on our center line, where we want to see 7 to 10 steps of Piaffe. With an allowance of 2 meters forward. So remember the marks as well. We judge of the transitions in and out of the Piaffe Passage. EIM extended walk. Then we have our collected walk. G, halt, immobility, rein back 4 steps. Crazy Chocolate just putting a little bit of a interesting spin onto his hold rein back. There we go. And then you can see the degree of difficulty really has ramped up with that canter transition straight out of the rein back. And then straight into the flying changes. So we're looking for 7 flying changes of leg every second stride. Then it's A down to center line. Between D and G, 4 half passes to either side of the center line with a flying change of leg at each change of direction. C track to the right. Then we have MXK extended canter, K collected canter with the flying change at K. And included in that mark is the KAFP, collected canter. Then we go across our diagonal from P. PH on the diagonal, 9 flying changes of stride every side. So this is the introduction. MP changes. And then again included in that mark is the HCM collected canter. And then we have movement 22, MIE on the short diagonal, pirouette to the right. With a flying change at E. and then across the diagonal and repeating itself with that pirouette. And then an F flying change. So that is fast to ride. You've got to be on it. Your horse has got to be on it. Your horse has got to be listening and be submissive. And A down center line. Hold salute. Hold being a little wide behind, but there were definitely some highlights to that test. Good changes, good pirouettes. Definitely on their way to Grand Prix. Won't be long now. Okay, next up we have got Carl Bunzai back on Ina Kruger's TI Brenda Lee. That was a beautiful combination to watch. Again, Carl being an absolute master on the hot horses, managing to keep them just bubbling under the surface, not over the top. Carl's got another horse later on at about 15:10, so 10 minutes past 3. He'll be riding in the Grand Prix. So as I said, a busy man, busy day, but nothing he can't handle. So these riders would have all ridden on Thursday, had yesterday off, be riding their championships today, and their freestyles tomorrow. Nice relaxed hold. Just a little miscommunication. Brenda Lee thinking that needed to go into canter, not into trot. MXK across the diagonal in extended trot. You can see the reach and push that the horse maintains across the diagonal. And then there is a separate movement for KAF, which are the transitions. Half pass left. All the way to S. S we're looking for collected trot. Some steps of passage. Giving the pair of steps a good try. Into a lovely sweeping open half pass right. Then collecting again, asking the horse to sit on its hindquarters, but to still stay uphill in its way of going. And then it's passage steps. So you can see why we call this a gentle introduction into Grand Prix. So the movements are just being introduced, the horse is doing what they can, the horse is learning to be confident with these movements within the ring. Riders will be doing a lot of work on it. It is hard on the horses, hard on their hind legs. It takes a great degree of collection and a great degree of very careful riding to teach this movement. So G, we have that hold straight in front of the judges, straight back into quite an exuberant rein back. Brenda Lee just putting a little bit of spice into it, making sure Carl's awake, and then forward into the canter, collected canter, and straight into the changes. Half pass with the change. Riding deep into his corner to set himself up for his extended across the diagonal. And then really bringing back for the corner. And then coming off the long side at PH on the diagonal. 9 flying changes of leg every stride. So well ridden. Starting to sit and prepare for the pirouette. No problems there. So well executed and ridden. And into the hold. Super, super, super. Let's see what those marks have to say. Let's see what the judges have to say. From where I'm sitting, looked pretty good. The horse was light, cooperative. Also, another combination well on their way to the Grand Prix. Okay, next up, coming into the arena, have we got Claire Martin with Calliope Fiona Vella. Claire owns and rides this horse. So this is a daughter of Fojoy. And I think they have bred some super foals from it. Warm-up timing is so important. You don't want to underdo it, but you don't want to overdo it either. You've got to time it just right. And as you get to know your horse, as the horse gets to know you, you can time that warm-up to perfection. And then you go to a different venue, and you've suddenly realized that you need at least another 20 minutes warm-up because the horse is unhappy about something. So, yeah, as I say, this is certainly not an easy sport. Claire, another multi-talented rider that we have here. She has evented to a very high level. She's showed him to a high level. She's done a lot of showing. And she's now doing dressage at a very high level. And breeding some fantastic horses on her farm, which is just outside Joburg. So just again reminding you that this test is seen as a gentle introduction into Grand Prix. So with the movements, the Grand Prix movements are being asked for, but there is a lot more leeway in the way the horse travels. And it's just a really good way of getting the horse confident doing these higher movements in the ring. The minimum age that a horse can be to be competing at this level is 8. Don't want to have a younger horse up at this level. They've got to be fit, they've got to be strong. If I can compare it, it's probably to show jumping. We're probably looking at a strong, solid 140 course. You certainly wouldn't be doing that on a youngster. And you'll notice that all these riders are riding from memory. The callers are not allowed on championship days. However, whips are allowed. Into that half pass right. Showing good relaxation in the walk. Good in that extended canter across the diagonal, bringing her back nicely for the change. Shame, just a little bit of a blip there in the tempies, but as I say, this is just the gentle and general introduction for the Grand Prix. No problem sitting there. Always a relief to get to the end of a difficult test like that. Got a mark for you for our first rider, Crazy Chocolate with Alexander Butcher, sitting out on a 63.333. I will be updating you with scores for our T.I. Brenda Lee and Callagher Fiona Vela as soon as they come through. Next rider in is Siobhan Records, back into the ring on another one, Devondale Yankee. And then last in our class to go will be Catherine Burning with Del Sol. As you can see at the exit of the arena near the Toyota sign, Felicity Bird doing her job, checking the horse's mouth, checking the horse's sides. We're not going to have a break between the end of this class and the start of the Grand Prix class. We're going to go straight into the Grand Prix class. I just want to give you the riders that will be riding in the Grand Prix. We have got Cherie Berger on Adelbrock Quicksilver, Andrea Harrison on Riverdale Dictari, Marissa Setnich-Fenter on Burberry, and Carl Bonsai back again on T.I. Spartacus. And then we will be looking for our junior advanced riders, who is Tayden Gongalves and Olivia Morris. Okay, I see Siobhan coming in now. This horse is owned by Henry Smith, and obviously ridden by Siobhan. Just want to give you a mark here for TI's Brenda Lee, a 61.531. So that just puts him in second place behind Alexander Butcher with Crazy Chocolate. Super straight entry. Extended across the diagonal. Lovely uphill way of going. There we're looking for K, collected trot, which is one of this horse's strong highlights. Is his collection, his ability to collect. Half pass to the left. Super crossing steps. Fluid. Makes it look easy when it's done well, guys. Between S and H, a transition to passage. So basically passaging to C, 7 to 10 steps of piaffe. And remember, this is our gentle introduction into Grand Prix, so we will not be looking and asking for as much height and sitting as we will in the Grand Prix. And our VKA, collected trot. AFL passage. As I say, this horse's highlight is its ability to collect. Much better with the piaffe. She'll be so pleased with that. And remember, the transitions are very important in this at this level as well. Something we don't always think about are our transitions into the movement and out of the movement. At this level, they have their own separate marks. And it's really something to think about, and some way that you can pick up marks if things have gone a little bit wrong with some other movements. EIM showing a good regularity with some suppleness over the back. Stretching onto the bit in a good positive way. So the nose is out. Horse is not getting too tight in its neck and overbending or getting behind the vertical. Beautiful halt. Correct straight steps and nicely into that upward transition into the canter. And then again this ability of this horse to sit. Let's see what he does with his half passes. Very good use of her space in the arena. The greener horses obviously needing a little bit more space than the Grand Prix horses. So when I talk about a green horse, I'm meaning a horse that maybe is not that experienced at this level, needing more space for the half pass, in that they want to be traveling a slightly little bit more forward, then a little bit more sideways. So very important that the rider gives the horse enough space to feel that they can move over and they don't feel squashed. Again, look at that ability to sit. So you'll notice that Siobhan didn't do any tempi changes, just choosing maybe to save the horse today, get it confident at this level with its changes. So she was doing a change every 2 strides, but she did look happy about that. So if I want to compare it to show jumping, it would be like taking a horse around a little slowly, not going for time, but just putting the mileage in, because that's what it's all about. It's the mileage, it's the confidence in the ring, building a relationship between horse and rider, that the horse does not feel like it is coming in and being asked a little bit too much that it can't handle. So she decided to sacrifice those marks in order to make sure that the horse is leaving on a happy, confident note. Because we're all looking at these horses at this level, we're all looking ahead at the Grand Prix, and making sure that we have happy, confident athletes in the Grand Prix tests. We will now be looking for Catherine Burning on Del Sol, that is owned by Fee Halstead. Also, another group of riders that do a hell of a lot of time on the road, travelling up and down from their beautiful base down in the Natal Midlands. If anybody's down there, do yourselves a favour and pop in at Ardmore. Your eyes will fall out of your head. It is the most unbelievable place. This horse previously having been produced by Tamara Hasselberg and then changing hands when it was bought by Fee Halstead for Catherine to ride. Lucky girl. It is a horse in a million. But Catherine said she's learned so much from every single horse she's ever produced, which I think is true for all of us. I think every horse we work with, every horse that we produce, we learn a little bit something, and we never stop learning, because every single one of them is different and need to be treated accordingly. So she'll just be putting on the final touches before she comes in. Have a quick sip of water, quick run through her test in her mind. A lot of these horses warm up with boots on, just to keep them as safe as possible. Obviously, we take the boots off before they come in, as they're not allowed to compete with boots on. But we like to keep them safe in the warm-up. So we have another score for you, Claire Martin on a 61.667. So that is still leaving Alex Butcher all the way from White River out in front on her Crazy Chocolate with a 63.333. Ina Kruger's horse TI's Brenda Lee on a 61.531, and Callahoo Fiona Vela, owned and ridden by Claire Martin, on a 61.667. You see on your screens now, Catherine coming in. Catherine earning her Protea colours, riding against the Japanese team at our South African Derby last year. She was one of our Protea riders. This is a very exciting horse that was brought into the country with the help of Natalie Hobday. It will definitely be a contender in the Grand Prix soon. Beautiful moving, wonderful temperament, and this horse, every movement for me, this horse it's a highlight. He is really, really exceptional, and right up there with the top few in the country. You'll just notice behind you the arena party closing the arena. That is what is done in a championship, is that your arena gets closed. We talk about lift and elevation. This horse has got it all. So as the horses get more advanced in their training, those trot lengthenings turn into medium trots and extended trots, where we have moments of suspension, longer moments of suspension in the air. It's not simply a case of a horse running as fast as it can, scurrying along like a hamster. We are looking for lift, elevation, power, and push from behind. Very, very, very good. Well onto its way to doing well in the Grand Prix with that movement. We've got reach, we've got suspension of the steps, we've got elevation, we've got it all in this half pass ride. Into the passage. Horse really starting to sit. I haven't seen this horse out for a few months, and wow, Kath, you've been doing the most amazing job. Beautifully into that walk transition. Horse looking relaxed. Good over track. Now stretching of the back. Lengthening of the neck. In that halt, straight in front of the judges, the rein back. Good straight rein back steps. Waiting for his canter. There we go. Absolutely no problems there with the changes. Remember, those are the changes every 2 strides. Now into the half pass twirl with the flying changes. And again, it's about where you're spacing it, where you're putting it in the arena. You don't want to run out of space and find that you're having to do that last flying change on the judge's knees. Very uphill in that canter. Starting to collect. Oh, just a little glip there and a little bit of swinging, but nothing major to worry about. Collecting for the canter pirouette. So well ridden. You can see the horse didn't lose any balance, didn't lose any momentum. He stayed with her, sitting on the hind leg. Watch his hind legs here, really sitting. And out into the change. Congratulations, that was absolutely beautiful. What a pleasure to watch. As I say, I haven't seen this horse out for a few months, but the improvement is massive. I know that there has been a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Cass will be delighted with her, as will the entire Ardmore family. As Dolsol prances out the arena. Okay, so that was our last horse in the Medium Tour Championship. Just waiting for some marks for you. And then, as I say, we're not having a break. We're going straight into the Grand Prix. So we're still waiting for marks from for Siobhan Records, as well as Catherine Burning. So our first Grand Prix rider will be due to be coming in at 14:40. So we actually have about 3 minutes. Okay, so remembering Grand Prix is the very highest standard that we have. And we're extremely fortunate to have riders that are competing in Grand Prix, because 20 years ago or whatever, we were lucky to even have horses in the advanced. So it's amazing that we've got horses of the caliber that can cope with the Grand Prix now, and riders that are doing so well and bringing on these horses to the Grand Prix. I just want to quickly run through the Grand Prix test with you, because it is hell of a fast. Fast in that the movements come up quickly, not fast as in pace. So we enter collected canter, hold, proceed in collected canter, and then XC collected trot, C track left, HXF extended trot, FAK collected trot, KB half pass to the right, BH half pass to the left, HC collected trot, C halt immobility, rein back 5 steps, proceed immediately in collected trot, MV extended trot, VKD passage, D PF 12 to 15 steps, D transition from passage to PF and back into passage. There is a mark for that, so that's important. Got to think about it. DFP passage, PH extended walk, CHM collected walk, M proceed into passage, and your transition from transition collected walk back into passage, again important. They are marking that. That is its own separate mark. MRI passage, I PF 12 to 15 steps, and there will be judges will really be looking for the horses to be sitting, being engaged, being uphill in the front, and showing some good steps. They don't want steps that are creeping forward, which they might have let go a little bit in the previous test that we saw. ISE passage, E collected canter, left, EKAF collected canter, FXH on the diagonal, 9 flying changes of leg every second stride, HCM collected canter, MXK extended. K collected canter and flying change of leg, KA collected canter. A down the center line between G and D, 5 half passes to either side of the center line with a flying change of leg at each change of direction. The first half pass to the left and the last to the left of 3 strides, the others of 6 strides. So you start off with 3, do 6, 6, and then 3. Then you've got your G flying change and then track right. So remember, between G and C, you've got about 2 meters, so that's not long at all. MXK on the diagonal line, 15 flying changes of leg every stride. KA collected canter. A down center line. L pirouette to the left. X flying change. I pirouette to the right. C track right. CM collected canter. M collected trot. MR collected trot. RK extended trot. K collected trot. KA collected trot. So again, these horses have got to be elastic, they've got to be fit, they've got to be strong. The riders have also got to be strong, they've got to be fit, they've got to be on the game. Then we have A down center line, DX passage, X Piaf 12 to 15 steps. Remember, we have got our judge, I think it will be Judy Virtue today, sitting at E. She will be able to see exactly what is going on in that Piaf. X transitions Piaf, passage. Remember, that's another big mark that we don't want to leave out. XG passage, G halt immobility salute. So again, a collective mark here, harmony. Harmony, cooperation, lightness, effectiveness, and sensitivity of aids, as well as adherence to the training scale. So again, we go back to that training scale that I was talking about earlier that is so important. Let's see what Cherie Berger brings in today. This is one of my very favorite horses. Certainly not an easy ride. Ridden by one of the Japanese riders that was over here when we were riding our little Nations Cup that we had in October, and he did extremely well on the horse. But this horse is hot, fiery, wants to get on with the job. But yeah, you've got a real pro on board. Cherie just taking the time to let him have a little look. Check out his admirers. Cherie just asking for the music just to be turned down a little bit, as we know how buzzy and hot this horse can get. So entering in collected canter. into the halt, slightly wide behind from where I'm sitting, but please don't take that as gospel. C-track to the left, and then straight away HXF into the extended trot, which is a highlight of this horse, who I just see has got a heart on his right hind quarter. So we talk about moments of suspension in the air. This horse certainly shows it. Elasticity, balance, energy of the hindquarters, because obviously the hindquarters have to be strong. To that half pass right, K to B. And then we're going to go BH, half pass to the left. So you want to change your flexion and bend. Start moving them over. This horse always has such reach in his half passes. Then at C, we've got our halt, immobility, rein back 5 steps, immediately proceed to collected trot. Lovely and straight. MV, extended trot. Shame, just a little miscommunication there. Maybe just asking a little bit too much. As I say, you're never quite sure how much you can put a foot down on the petrol when you start a test. It's more as you're riding through the test, you start to think, okay, I can ask a little bit more. On horses like this Quicksilver, you've got to be careful in the beginning. Isn't that a beautiful example of what a horse should look like? So well ridden. And then her passage steps. Cherie's such an experienced rider, having ridden here and overseas. Always been a Frisian person, but I seem to see her riding a few more warm bloods, which are fantastic to see. Into her passage, and then on the center line she will be taking him back into piaffe. Just amazing and rhythmical. Back out again, back into the passage. Very important at this level to look at the self-carriage that the horse has in its piaffe passage tour. That they're not trying to lie on the horse, on the rider's reins, that they're uphill and really lowering their quarters. See her just giving it him a little half halt, bringing him back, reminding to stay in the collected canter. Just a little miscommunication with those changes, but she seems happy and is patting him. I can see this horse, remember this horse getting very tense in his flying changes. Beautiful over there, over that line. Nice to see that she can start putting her foot down on the accelerator and not have an explosion. Lovely steep angle in the half pass to the change. Good, and turning right. Are we looking for 15 changes? Not too bad. And I don't know, for people that were listening earlier, I was talking about horses, the greener horses, more inexperienced horses, swinging in their flying changes. Didn't see that horse swinging at all. The changes were absolutely straight. His hind leg stayed underneath him and was really reaching down and underneath him. Again, the degree of difficulty, a little bit more difficult with our canter pirouettes being on the center line right in front of the judges. Also, it's a super collected trot into the extended. Then we're going to go A down center line, DX passage. Then at X, 12 to 15 PF steps. Then X to G, the passage. Remember, you want to be straight. Horse's hind leg stepping underneath, halting straight in front of the judges. Excellent halt. Yeah, that is the best I've seen this horse go. I think the heart on his bum showed it all. But fantastic to see him up at this level and being calm and composed. He went through a stage of being a little bit overexcited about being at this level, and Cherie really had to ride him carefully. So she's obviously been doing a lot of homework at home, riding him carefully, guiding him through, just making sure that he's just got his energy levels right. I think today just proves it. Just coming up on our screen as we went straight into the Grand Prix before we could give you the final marks. We have Del Sol out in front, winning the Medium Tour Championships with a 65.676, and Siobhan Records with a 63.469. So just pipping Alex Butcher, who sat out in the front on that 66.333 for so long. But very well done, ladies. And Carl. Okay, next in. We have Rivendell Daktari and Andrea Harrison. Daktari bred by Karen Koop down at the fantastic stud, Rivendell stud that she's got down in the Cape. Again, everything coming out of that stud is just absolutely phenomenal. Andrea spends a lot of time down there coaching and training. I think she's almost down there every 2 weeks. And this being an extremely special horse to Andy. It's one that she's brought up the grades herself. Definitely Andy's type of horse. Big, powerful, big moving, tall. I stand to be corrected, but I think this is this horse's first outing in the Grand Prix. straight into that extended across the diagonal. And then changing bend and angle into that half pass left. Notice Andy stays absolutely straight in the saddle. There's no collapsing of her hips, there's no collapsing of her shoulders. She is absolutely as straight as a board in the saddle. Horse slightly coming above the bit in that rein back. This is this horse's highlight. Across the diagonal. So fantastic to see locally bred horses that are up here competing at this level. So remember, this horse is new to the level. He might have not have the sitting and carrying capacity yet of Quicksilver that we saw, that has been in the level for a number of years. This is certainly not lack of rider experience. It's the horse being brought on carefully, not being overfaced. Daktari a little enthusiastic about his job. That's looking better. And again, you'll notice that Andy's position really does not change. You don't get to ride at this level and have a position that's not good. Just a little bit of miscommunication there going into that canter transition. He said right, she said left, he said okay. Good sitting in that collected canter on the short diagonal. Just one little blip at the end there where he decided to put in a tempi. Into the half passes. Again, steeper in angle, more steps than we've had before in the intertests. Just a few little green errors creeping in. Little spin round in that pirouette. Could have been slowed down a little bit, but they do learn it as a bit of a party trick and they like to show off. This one will be better. Yeah. And he's definitely got her game face on. Again, just little green errors coming in there. No, difficult to have these horses as powerful and as fit and mentally, feeling in a good place and being able to ride with your foot flat. That comes from years of experience, certainly at this level. And nobody better to help a green horse through a Grand Prix horse than Andy. She's giving him absolutely everything that he needs. Sure, deep breath out. I'm sure her team at Glenwood would be very happy with that, as will her groom Robert, her right-hand man. So, as one leaves, another one arrives. We have Burberry, ridden and owned by Marissa Setnich-Fenter. It's an extremely special horse that Marissa brought in as a youngster. She has produced him all the way up to Grand Prix, which is a hell of an achievement. Marissa also taking a little time off last year to pop out a baby girl, Sophia. But she's back at it. I think she was back riding sort of 2 months later after having Sophia, and has come back fit and fighting. She's certainly got her game face on. Lovely to see her back in the saddle, looking fit and well. I've seen photographs recently of Sophia on her own pony at the age of 6 months. Granny Nadia has already started that going, so no doubt Sophia will be following in her mum's footsteps. So Tamara Hasselberg stepped in for Marissa while Marissa was pregnant, and rode Burberry a little bit, but he really is a mummy's boy. He only really loves his mum, and I think he's as delighted as we are to have her back in action. Marissa also new to this level, as is Burberry. I think they've had 2 outings so far in the Grand Prix. I know she's been working hard this week on her Grand Prix freestyle. Marissa's got an amazing ability to coordinate the most beautiful freestyles. Does freestyles for many of the top riders. Burberry looking so well. So that is her whistle. I can see her parents standing at the edge of the arena, and as well as her aunt and her young cousin Olivia, that we will be seeing later in the Junior Advanced Championship. Beautiful halt. I hope her husband Carl Fenter's somewhere around. I'm having a look for him. I'm sure he's got Sophia. I'm sure he's babysitting today while Mum takes some time out to ride. Lovely. So Marissa is also trained by Natalie Hobday. She has been for many years. And her and Natalie have brought this horse on, as I say, from absolute scratch. It's been a very special journey for us all to watch. The trust and the relationship that this partnership have are quite unbelievable. Super straight rein back steps, back into that trot. Good across the diagonal. Yeah, you can see who's been doing their homework at home. Lovely into that relaxed walk. Marissa's parents own the most beautiful property in Bolu, where the horses are kept. Marissa's able to ride each morning before work. Often see pictures of her riding just before it gets light. So she's juggling a lot, having a new baby. There we go. Again, guys, don't forget this is a level new to this partnership, a partnership new to this level. Shame, just a little mistake there. Just right at the end. But the horse is sitting, staying confident, looking confident in the ring, looking relaxed. See, she's able to put her foot down on the petrol, and he is there for her, and he will be there for her when she brings him back for the change. Lovely uphill turn into that half pass. Change into the next half pass. Change into the next half pass. Straight. Good. Now we look at the tempies. So well ridden. Very, very well done. Pirouette. Into the change. Preparing for the second pirouette right in front of the judges at sea. Good. Out of it. Turning right. back to the trot. That was a super smooth transition. Keeping him uphill in his lengthening. As I said earlier, the horses tend to come a little tired towards the end of the test and might want to get a little long or a little low in the frame. It's our jobs to keep them uphill, keep their noses out in front of them, not fall into the trap of letting them lie on your hands. So that's why our core strength is so important as riders. As we see her final approach down the centre line. Oh, I'm just adding a little bit of spice in. And into the halt. Oh, big smile on her face. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, last but not least, we see Carl Bunzaya, South Africa's answer to Carl Hester, coming in. I think this is probably his last ride for the day, but who knows? I have a mark for you for Andrea Harrison on her Rivendell Dictari. We've got a 58.768. And then we have got a massive score for you for Cherie Berger on 69.456. Just remember, Cherie's been riding at this level, at this Grand Prix level, for I think probably 3 or 4 years now. I stand to be corrected. Whereas Andrea's horse is very new to the level, as is Burberry. So Carl rides TI Spartacus for Ina Kruger from the TI stud. This horse always has the most amazing plats. Spartacus, not an easy horse either, tending to be a little on the hot side. So Carl's sort of ride. That's his whistle. Incredible concentration for the horse, for the rider, and for the judges as well, that have to be so quick in their marking. Years of practice for each combination to get here. Proceeding in collected trot. And then a real highlight for this horse will be his extended trot. Always picks up very, very high marks for that. You can see how easily that horse just goes into that half pass. Beautiful ground cover. I think this horse has been in Grand Prix for over a year now, so he'll be one of the more experienced combinations in the competition. Carl's just checking that the hind legs are in line with the front legs. And then the C halt, immobility, rein back into the collected trot. Then we have another extended trot. You can see what I mean about this horse picking up the good high marks for its extended trot. Lovely transition there into the passage steps. Horse staying so uphill. Lowering of the quarters. And then that all-important transition out of the piaffe back into the passage. And then super down into that relaxed walk. Lovely transition back into the passage. Not easy there. That canter transition is certainly not easy because you've got the horse right with you. And then you've just got to pop your leg back and ask for the canter. You don't always get it. Very accurate line of changes. And as I was mentioning earlier, in the lower levels, the judges will be looking for absolute straightness, no swinging from left to right in the changes, which we didn't see there. Very correctly ridden. Now we go into our tempies. Good sitting, well placed pirouette to the change, keeping the horse straight. Now starting to prepare for the second pirouette. No problem for this horse. The horse is so modern and athletic, light on his feet. Again, the highlight. Now we've got this difficult center line coming up. Remember, the judges are looking for straightness, regularity, elasticity, balance, energy, basically everything. So in the piaffe, they will be looking that the horse is taking the weight off the front onto the back, really sitting on the hind leg, bringing the hind leg underneath. Correct steps underneath it, back into the passage, maintaining the energy, regularity of the steps, and always suppleness of the back. Very good. Can hear Carl's fan club going crazy. Again, these horses have improved in the last few months since we last saw them come out. Everybody's been working very hard at home. I know Carl works very closely with Natalie Hobday. So, we are waiting for results of the Grand Prix. We will get to them as soon as we get them to you, as soon as we have them. I have a mark for you now already for Marissa Setnich-Fenter of 64.784. So that puts her into second place, behind Cherie Berger on that 69.456. Okay, we will be moving on shortly, in about 5 minutes, to our junior advanced, where we only have 2 riders, but they will be here with their A game.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.
Okay, we are about to start our Junior Advanced Qualifier with the FEI Junior Individual Test. As I say, we only have 2 riders in this test. First one being Tayden Conclaves and the second one being Olivia Morris. So she'll just be doing her arena familiarization before her bell rings. That's her whistle as she prepares to go in. And a huge shout out to Kyle Army Park for hosting this event. It is in absolute tip-top condition. The arenas have ridden so well. Everything's run on time. It's just always an absolute pleasure to have shows at this world-class venue that we are so fortunate to have. And of course, shout out to our sponsors, Manor Dior, Renelle Gilbert, who owns Manor Dior, as well as Western Shop, and Stride Equine Research. Stride have been kind enough to put goodie bags together for all our prize winners, so they will be getting. I just had a quick look at them. They'll be getting some fantastic prizes in their goodie bags. Tayden's test going very well so far. Then we've got our MXK, change rein across the diagonal in extended trot, K collected trot. Stride have put a new product of theirs into the goodie bags, which is a concentrated nutritional supplement containing a wide range of vitamins, minerals and trace elements to correct deficiencies and imbalances to basic diets, as well as a sort of protein and essential fatty acids to promote health and vitality. So that is a product called Farlap. So guys, anybody needing a little bit of extra oomph, anybody aiming down maybe for Shangweni, for junior champs, maybe take the time, have a look at this product. It is fantastic, and always developed by a vet, Dr. Catton, who's always way ahead of things with equine research in this country. They've got the most amazing range of products, not just for horses, for dogs and cats as well. Nice relaxed walk steps over that short diagonal line. And then a little half pirouette into the canter. And then we're looking at KX, half pass to the right. X down center line. And then a flying change, a little high behind. And then HP medium canter, P collected canter. Big problem we have with our junior and children's riders are the fact that they're all growing so quickly and outgrowing their ponies. It's sad when their legs start to get long. So that little half circle, half circle. And then FX, half pass to the left. Very nicely ridden. X down center line. I, the flying change. Not as high as behind, so she will be getting a lot better mark for that. MV extended canter, that's across the diagonal, really going for it, keeping the pony uphill. V collected canter, VK counter canter. And K with that flying change of leg, A collected canter, KA collected canter, A down center line, X halt immobility salute. Very, very well ridden. It's not an easy test for one of these young riders to ride. But remember, these children that are riding in, well, these juniors that are riding in juniors are all over the age of 14. They don't fall into the children's category, which are the children under 14. Many of them are almost going towards their end of high school, but are fortunate enough to still be on ponies. But I'm sure they've all got their bigger horses lined up, ready and waiting for them. Okay, next up will be our last rider of the day, which is Arco 360's Revelito LL Report, owned and ridden by Olivia Morris. We saw Olivia's aunt riding earlier in the Grand Prix. This combination are trained by Tamara Hasselberg under the expert eye of Natalie Hobday. Olivia works incredibly hard on her horses, managing to fit in grade 11. She's in grade 11 at St. Peter's College at the moment, and still finding time in the afternoons to ride, which is, we all know, not an easy balance. This is a very special little combination that we've watched come up through the grades. Unfortunately for Gauteng, Olivia has elected not to be riding at the South African Youth Championships, which are taking place in Shongweni at the end of the month. She said her horse isn't a great traveller and she doesn't want to put him under that stress. So that is a great pity for Gauteng. Just waiting for the judges to sign off that last test, I think, before Olivia comes in. There's her whistle. Always nice to spend some extra time in the Peter Mini, just letting your horse have a look around. We don't often get an opportunity to ride in it. And it is such a beautiful arena with this fantastic surface that we've got. So we've got our enter in collected canter, ex-halt immobility salute, proceeding collected trot, KE, shoulder in, super across the diagonal, horse with her, listening to her. Now into the shoulder in, that I was a little premature in calling. Good, no loss of rhythm. And then that EX half volte, XB half volte, into the half pass to the left, G onto the center line, and C-track to the right. We've got MXK, change rein extended trot. Lovely stretching on the long rein. Not an easy movement to do while you're sitting, but Olivia's coping very well with that. And then bringing him back to his normal collected trot. Now we have the extended. Oh, look at the ground cover. Balance is good. Regularity, elasticity, balance. Energy of the hindquarters, we can see it all coming through. Into her shoulder in. Very good angle. And then again into that volte, half volte, half volte. So accurate, nicely ridden. Into that half pass right, onto the center line at G. Into the walk. Hopefully Livy's taking a little breath, thinking about what her next move is. Olivia's brother Gabriel show jumps at a very high level, trains with Carl Bunzai, doing extremely well on a young horse they recently purchased. So we have HB extended walk. We're looking at for regularity, activity, suppleness over the back, overtrack, freedom of shoulder, and stretching to the bit. Now we're going into that half pirouette to the right. You can see this horse is listening, his ears back, listening to Olivia every way, every step, saying, what do you want? Super into that canter transition. Collected canter, and then we're going to go KX half pass to the right. Very good leaving the wall. Lovely straight flying change at eye. HP across the diagonal in medium canter. Really going for it. P collected, and then they've got that counter canter. Keep it going, keep it going. And the change at F. So well ridden. Often there's a temptation there in the horses to put their change in a little bit early. But she rode that beautifully. Very good, correct bend in that canter half pass. Super change. Good open steps, uphill across the diagonal. And a change at the end. Super, super, super. I can see everybody at the end of the arena looking so pleased with that. I think her grand's here as well. Quick little wave for me. This is a very special little person. Okay, so we wait for those marks to come out. I think it's going to be close, but let's have a look. Okay, we have our first rider with Sherwell Valedictorian with a nice strong 66.225, and then we'll be waiting for Olivia's mark. I'll be updating you as soon as it comes in, but she looks absolutely delighted, as does her ground crew. What a super way to end what has been a very, very exciting day. The standard of riding has been so high. I think the judges have been on their toes with all the riding that they've been watching. Certainly the very best of what Gauteng has to offer. Thank you from myself, Janet Jurpitz, for having me for the day. Always a pleasure to do the live streaming. I know it's not as exciting as the show jumping, but we think it's exciting. But yeah, what a fantastic day. And again, thank you so much for Kalami Equestrian Park, for the whole team here, for putting on, as usual, a show of extremely high standards. Very, very thank you to Angie and her team. Thank you to Western Shop for their sponsorship. As I said, Western Shop always putting their hands up, always prepared to get involved in absolutely every equestrian sport. And to Mana Dior, Renal Gilbert, for her unwavering support through in the dressage world, and huge thanks to Stride Equine Research for sponsoring the prizes for our leading riders. Very, very appreciated. And guys, if you've got a chance, go and have a look at that new product Far Lap that they've got. I'm certainly going to be starting some of my horses on it. Seems to have a little bit of everything, and it's going to be a cold winter, so let's do what we can to keep our horses fit and healthy. So that's me signing off for the day. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you. And tomorrow we are looking at our freestyles, which a lot of us have been working very hard on. And unfortunately, that won't be live streamed, but we are working on it. And have a good evening. And I'm now off to the prize giving. Thanks, everybody.
Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission. Ensuring my horse's happiness is my top priority. That's why I rely on the Equilibrium massage range. It's an essential component of his well-being. The moment it's switched on, he immediately relaxes. You can see how much he enjoys it. The combination of heat and massage options works miracles on his hard-working muscles. I can feel the difference when I ride. He's softer through his body and feels so much looser and more supple. Making a difference to yours and your horse's happiness is Equilibrium's mission.